Crossing your fingers.
Well, at least I'm recording.
That's good.
I don't get it. He doesn't seem to either, so.
What if you don't want to use Wi-Fi?
I tried.
It doesn't work either?
It'll work on the camera, but it won't work
Work on the iPad? What's the program called?
Neither.
Mevo?
Before they were working together. So I made it Ethernet. He made it Ethernet for the camera. So that's why I have this plug. And it combined with Wi-Fi for the iPad. Because you can't hook them both up.
And
But now when I put on the Mevo, which is the network for Mevo dash PW54, it works for the camera. But when you switch over, when I go to the YouTube and try to bring up YouTube Studio,
and there's somebody that's a dumb question, there's no updates for YouTube?
updates from YouTube about that system,
Yeah.
it's just there or it's not.
Mm. That's my concern is, like, I've turned off all the updates on the iPad.
Right.
And I'm just afraid that one of these iPads one of these updates I'm gonna miss is gonna make this not work.
Yeah.
But I don't
So-
wanna update in case it won't work. You know what I mean?
But so you don't have an automatic update?
We were talking with Bob and I just said, man, for 60 days, let's not do anything.
Yeah.
Because if I update something and all of a sudden it doesn't work,
Yeah.
I mean, I know you can always go back, but just
Yeah.
every little thing can be a problem with these things, right?
Yeah, and you don't know what it's gonna be.
Like for your case, the last thing I would ever think about is an Ethernet problem. But that could be a problem too.
But yeah, the Ethernet is working for the Mevo cam. I mean, yeah, for the Mevo,
But not the iPad.
but it's not working to combine them both for the iPad. So independently they're working, but together they're not.
No?
So it's got to be communication between the two somehow.
Right. Maybe they're doing bargaining too.
Well, good for them. So I'm just recording, making sure I have enough
Space on your iPad
space on here.
on there.
Yeah, plus I have,
That comes with a drive?
comes with a little,
Storage?
like a thumb drive or a storage drive, but it's small, really small.
No, is it?
But it's enough to keep.
Damn, that Passport thing is amazing.
It's
I think it has like 2,000 hours of Passport, the drive there, what we have. I think it has like 2,000 hours that you can put on there.
Yeah.
And I didn't even buy the bigger one. I bought the cheaper one.
Yeah.
The drives now, I mean, before, do you remember they were like huge? I still remember the floppy disks.
Yeah.
Those are my days. Floppy disks. Then they went to a hard disk, the little ones.
Oh, that's gone.
Huh?
Oh, that is gone.
Yeah.
What time we coming back? One?
They say 1 o'clock, we'll see.
They said one.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. I like to get this over with, so I can.
Kicking ass on the audiovisual superiority. How's the volume sound on the mics today? Is it okay?
Yeah, good.
Good.
No more tapping noises. Have you thought at all about tomorrow, the videotaping, or?
I think we need to bring, I wonder if we could just bring those mics, it'd be okay.
Oh,
I don't know, what do you think?
I think so.
Seems like it.
But the more I think we should bring Sling Studio.
Yeah, I do too.
So I just think it'll make it easier, and then this'll make sense for cameras because you're gonna have it focused on the candidate when they're talking rather than the
Yeah.
whole table.
I think we should bring the two cameras. If we bring this, it means we need to bring the Zoom box, the mixer,
The Sling Studio.
and the Sling Studio hub. Yeah, we need to bring it all.
Like you said,
Not all. We can leave
I think
those
we can leave
mics.
the two main mics in.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we need. I think these will work.
Oh, I think, like when we tested them that one time with Mike there, they worked fine.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty good actually.
Yeah. What time were you thinking of being there tomorrow?
I'm going to be there at 9. I'll probably be there earlier, but I'm going to be there at 9:30 at the very latest. They'll start at 10. We have one starting at 10, one at 11, and one at 12. They'll be 45-minute sessions. But it would be good to have two cameras, because I'll probably pause so you can switch over, but I'll read a question, and then we can move it over to them. Read a
Okay.
question will, probably work out pretty good.
Count.
Hello? Hey. Yeah, if you can send me a little blurb, I'll get it to Tim. We're in bargaining, but he's here. I get it to Tim real quick, and then he can just send that out. If you give me, I just don't want to be inaccurate, so you give me a little blurb, that'd be helpful. Well, Tim's right here right now. The account's calling me to casket watch for the police officer that died. That was Richardson's brother, and we need to know if the point of contact should be you or Greg Pope. So you can work that with Greg. Count's going to send us a message. You send out the membership, but before you send out, decide whether it's be you or Pope that's the point of contact.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, he said he'll work that out, one way or the other. Yeah, send it to me. Well, I'm in bargaining. Do you have Tim's email address? That'd be super helpful. All right, thank you. Take care.
Tim, thank you very much.
Well,
It's very good.
sorry it wasn't. Right.
I think we should do that. I think we should do that all the time. That's just what we want from somewhere.
Or
Maybe
something
something
They get
else.
something
Surprise you?
No, I'll be honest with you. I appreciate you asking that. When you can't say it, just let me know.
Yeah.
Oh, we're on time again, y'all.
Weird.
So is Lowell doing okay, or is he
Yeah.
symptoms controllable?
Totally good. Yeah. He said go ahead.
can start without him.
I'm sorry?
Devin said we can start without him if you
Oh,
wanted
okay.
to get started. So just, I wanted to clarify something real quickly. You said 16, 17, and 19 were on y'all's side.
16. I thought they were.
Okay, because I know, and just sort of to kind of touch.
I'll let me look through my notes again while you're saying that, just to be on the safe side. Yeah, I mean, I can look it up a little bit further, but I believe they are. Let me take a look at, I have them up here, let's see if it shows you guys tracking them over to us. If it doesn't, then maybe I'm mistaken. So this is the right place. So here's 16. And I show city counter coming over on 628.
Yes, we sent that over on 620.
So if they're on our side, we'd still like you to
Go through
speak about them.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, and that's kind of what I
We're actually
wanted.
working on it, we'd like to hear your perspective.
Sure, and that's sort of what we wanted to touch on is that, I know that on Friday, we left early that day, and so what we did on the city side, because we needed to end the day shorter, we kind of regrouped our proposals, and that's why we put the wage at the time that we did it. And so we didn't get the opportunity to, go through all the rest of the articles, such as 16, 17, 19, plus we also had 13 and 22 that we were prepared to discuss that day. And so just to respond really to your characterization of Lowell going through these articles in a minute and 14 seconds, that certainly was not the intent that the city had by any means. We were just trying to make do with the shortened day that day, because that was a request from y'all's side to shorten that day. And so we went straight to the wages. We provided our PowerPoint, our conceptual proposal, and so we're fully prepared to obviously discuss for longer than a minute and 14 seconds.
And I appreciate your response, and I believe you. I just think Lowell is a very seasoned negotiator, and tempo and pace certainly are important. And it definitely had an effect that was quite negative when you did that. So let's put that behind us and let's just look at what you have.
Okay. So, well, I can leave it up to y'all in terms of how you want to get started. One of the ones, I think what I'll do is I'll kind of put 16, 17, and 19 off to the side at the moment.
Okay.
What we haven't talked about in a while is 13, 18, and we certainly, I think, we will discuss 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, and 22 with you.
I'm sorry, 13, 18.
So 13 and 18, I think we can probably just go over now.
Okay.
So 13 is personnel deployment, 18 is investigation, disciplinary actions. And then 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, and 22, we consider all those wages.
9, 10, 12, 13.
9, 10, 12, 14, 15, and 22
Okay.
as wages and benefits. But I think we're fairly close, at least in 18. If you wanted to go over that real quickly.
And that's you all responding to our wage proposal?
No, because you had mentioned earlier this morning that we did not go into detail as to our wage proposal. We still have not responded to your wage proposal. This was our wage proposal. And so what we want to do is, I guess, have further conversation, have further discussion. If you thought it was too short, we're willing to go through each article. You're saying that we didn't provide it in writing. I kind of felt like we did, at least, so that way you could chew on it over the
Well,
weekend.
you sent to us late yesterday afternoon.
Yes,
Just to
and
be fair, it wasn't over the weekend, we could chew on it.
no, but in terms of what our actual numbers were, it was more than conception, it was more than conceptual. It was actually, we provided you our PowerPoint with the actual numbers that we were proposing.
Right.
So-
Oh, you did. I thought maybe you were gonna respond to our wage proposal since we put it on the table first. I guess you could say yours is your response, right? I think that, it was kind of strange because
It wasn't.
It wasn't, no, and I guess also,
You're right, you characterized it wasn't verbally and in writing, it wasn't your response to ours. So we were hoping to to get a response to our wage proposal, if possible.
And I think what we wanted to do was have a little more discussion on the wage proposal as well.
Okay.
You know, so.
Before you discuss on.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and then that's kind of what we're, and I don't have, I can not even go through 18, we can jump right into Article 9 and 10, and 12 and 14
Okay,
and all
yeah,
that.
yeah. What do you wanna do?
But, you know, one of the things that we, I think one of the comments, you can correct me if I'm wrong, was that it was sort of a haphazard response, that it was, not, there was inaccuracies in certain things that we may have said, so if there were, we would like to talk about that for sure.
Sure.
And so, I
I
mean.
don't know wages with the one with the inaccuracies, much as the 5 that were laid out in the rapid fire, but yeah, I mean, if there's inaccuracies, I promise you'll be willing to point them out.
Well, yeah, and so, I mean, and I think we have some discussions as to our analysis, our compensation study, because my understanding is that the compensation study that we've utilized in the 8 largest cities in the state of Texas that we've referred to as comparisons are the same 8 cities, it's the same type of wage analysis that we've done for the past, I don't know, at least 3 or 4 contracts.
Yeah, that's not quite accurate, but it's somewhat accurate. I mean, you
So it's
also
the same
included,
cities as last time.
It's the same cities as last time.
you included national comparables also in the last wage analysis you did in 17, not just Texas. You did not do any regional adjustments, you only looked at base pay and not other compensation for that in terms of comparing total compensation. So there's a few differences, but it's very similar too, you're right.
Yeah, and I think in terms of what we've discovered, even in your own chart, right, is that the City of Austin Fire Department is still, above other comparable cities in terms of maximum pay.
Yeah, I
So-
would say when you reach the 21-year mark, that's true, but it's not true along other parts of the scale. So, and base wage, again, I think it's very important. If we're going to continue to talk about base wage, I'm never gonna let you say without saying base wage is not a good comparable. It is not an appropriate comparable. You need to look at total compensation.
And I don't think we disagree with that, right? So
Okay.
we looked, it's just, people tend to look at base wage because it's just an easy number to look at, right? And you can kind of, as you so put it in the last PowerPoint, you can kind of have, what are the 2 categories of statistics,
Results oriented.
Results
and
oriented,
a rational
yes.
approach.
Right, and so I think you can look at base wages if you're looking for a specific outcome, right, depending on where they land, and the additional ad pays, certification pays as well. And so our compensation analysis actually did look at both separately. But we don't disagree that you look at total compensation. So that's why we also had an issue with the net pay, because there's so many different variables that can occur as to why this person
Yeah,
is getting.
I would just say there are people that study these things, economists, and they justify assumptions, right? And they justify why they chose the comparables, they justify it. And, I think, speaking for every expert in the nation, I think very few would agree that base pay, when there's so many other types of pay, would be the right way to do it. And to say that, I don't want to keep going tit for tat, but to say it's transparent and accountable to have in the report, but not included and quantified in the column is not transparent, and it's not accountable. That's a way to hide compensation over here and say you have a report, but it's not in the number part, the quantifiable part. And that's what I would call results oriented sort of comparables, where you threaded a line where that we're higher in base pay than others. We know that too. I mean, there's some that a very hard percentage of their total compensation is not base pay, and ours is a very high percent. We were transparent, not hiding it, but to use that when these other compensation items exist and put it in the report, but not include it in the totals, I don't think it's an appropriate method. I just don't.
Well, and when we looked at base pay, and when we looked at the ad pays, and we looked at, the other certification pays, longevity pays, it was found that the City of Austin is still very competitive in that, right? And I think that,
We draw different conclusions.
in the alternative, I feel that net pay is more results oriented, and that seems to be hiding behind certain reasons.
Well, when I laid out net pay, I didn't say this was a comparable that we would use in a rational approach. What I said, this is another way of looking at it. It certainly is legitimate. I didn't say that's the de facto standard we would bring forward. But I would argue, this is you and me arguing here, that net pay is much more rational approach than base pay in our particular context.
And why would that be?
Because in others, you're leaving out pay entirely and not including it into the total. And in ours, you're actually looking at what the person gets in their paycheck, which is probably the most important thing that determines their viability in a particular financial environment. So although it's not perfect, I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it's the standard we're going to be using. I'm saying it's more perfect, in my opinion.
Well, it's also
That looking
completely
only
out
on
of
base pay, you
control
know
of
there's
the
many
city.
other types of pay that do add up into total compensation,
Yeah.
just excluding them from the total on your spreadsheet.
Yeah, but it's also the only thing that's completely out of the realm of the city. We have no control over how many children you have on your insurance, how much you put toward your retirement. So it's completely out of our control. So there's no way to use that as a comparison.
And that's why it's not perfect, and that's exactly the same reason why your metric is not perfect. You're
Sure.
leaving out things that should be included. So I agree with you. You're leaving out things that should be included, and we're maybe adding things that shouldn't be included. I'm just saying it's another way of looking at it. It's probably just as flawed.
Well, and I would just say, in response to you wanting a response to your wage proposal, I think we really wanted to lay our wage proposal out first. That wasn't the response, but our initial wage proposal, because your members have never heard our full proposal. All they heard was our, shortened version of it, so because we had to leave early. So in that respect, that's what we had intended to do this afternoon, is
That's
actually
fine.
get our first proposal on the table fully.
I think that's fine. Yep.
Yeah, and, and kind of, you're asking like why we got to where we're at, right? I think that, there's clips that we both play on each other's side, right? The goals and the interests of the city, to be 5% above the next lowest, number 2, right? And that we'd be the highest paid department in the state of Texas, right? So we both played clips on that side, regarding those cities' goals. And those goals haven't changed, right? So last negotiation.
Which goals haven't changed? I'm sorry.
To be, one of the top paid, fire departments. in
One of the
state.
top paid or top paid
The
plus
top paid,
5%?
right, plus 5%,
Okay,
right?
that's the
So,
goal. Okay.
and I think what we just determined back in 2017 is that we were at 20% above number 2 in max pay, right, for fire departments. And I think that's the current situation status now, right?
Yeah, so the comparison point was the max pay is what she's saying. And I think I don't know that the 5% per se is the exact, but to remain competitive in the market.
Right.
Well, we could call it 5% plus, we call it preferred nation status, or you want to call it, but, and you would, and this is where we're gonna differ. I don't want to get, kind of pissy about it, but we're not 20% over. We'll be able to demonstrate that. If you guys want to demonstrate that we are, that's fine, but, we're just not going to concede any point that we're 20% over the seconds. That's absolutely not true in any way, shape, or form, unless you cherry pick data, exclude data, and don't do good regional adjustments. Then it could be true, possibly.
Well, I think that's
But
why we
you-
each hire our own
Yeah, we
experts
find-
and
we
don't
find
pretend to be the
reports very
experts
flawed.
on that. That's why we each have our own.
Yeah, and that's why,
We get that.
I mean it in as kind as I can. We're gonna have differences on that, so.
And you say you find our report very flawed, but again, it's my understanding that it's the same type of analysis and, compensation analysis we've been doing for the past at least 2 negotiation cycles.
Yeah, and so, and it was flawed then. What happened then was, if you weren't here, but the city of Austin came to the table with a indexing system, which we said, we're not against indexing system, we need 3 weeks to study it. So we studied it, and what we learned in the 3 weeks is what results-oriented comparables versus rational approach comparables are. And it was very clear when you talk to expert economists across the nation that it was cherry-picked data to thread a needle to show us to be the highest paid. It was very clear to us. And so we did our own study. Now, we didn't hire an economist, we did it internally. And it painted a very different picture. We laid that picture out at the table. I've got videos on that too, if you want me to show them. 15 minutes of videos, you probably love that. But, and at the end, we pivoted. We said, listen, we're not against indexing. We think there's some flaws with your model. We'd like to discuss how to make the model better, or we'd like to go to this philosophy. And the philosophy, I probably repeated 8 or 10 times in 17. And we wrote up some wording for that philosophy, and the city accepted it. And that philosophy was that we will get at least a cost of living raise for a maintenance level contract.
I think it's will
And we didn't
strive
do
to.
that.
So,
Pardon me?
I believe it was will strive to,
Yeah,
yeah, not we will.
yeah, we didn't, if we strive to, we didn't succeed. The other thing I said was, when the period's over, we can look back as gentlemen. I probably should have said gentle people, because I've really evolved since then. And we can see if we achieve that or not, then we know how to go forward. And that is extremely reasonable position. And I said over and over, probably 8 or 10 times, what's more important than the numbers, because you guys were giving us some low numbers, is the philosophy. And we still think that's important. We still think it's very reasonable to ask for that. And I think it's quite unreasonable for anybody to say that that's just going too far, you know? I mean, and to be the nicest possible, we just got it wrong. Let's just say that 6.25% over 5 years, because cost of living was relatively flat then. Let's just say we thought that would meet the philosophy of a cost of living raise. Well, then the nicest way we can put this, the best way, we were just wrong. And when we're wrong, we need to look back, and we need to make the corrections we can make. And that's what we're asking. I think that's well within what we agreed to at the table.
Well,
I understand strive isn't exactly the same as we will do, I get that.
right, and I believe that we also, in our PowerPoint presentation, showed you the slide of the analysis with the CPI, in addition to the base wages, that includes the step increases, which are definitionally part of the base wages, so you can't exclude those.
Well, you can, and we did in our proposal, as you saw, and 143 case law shows step raises to be a form of experience pay, there's nothing you'll find in case law anywhere, or really any economist will say that step raise is part of an augment to cost of living.
Unless it's structurally built into your base wage package.
Okay, so let's just look at a real scenario. So a firefighter starts at $40,000 a year, and he literally takes a vow of poverty to start this job, especially if he's got a family already to pay. And he knows, man, I'm gonna get a step raise in 3 years, so I'm gonna probably be a little better. In 6 years, I'm gonna be a lot better. But he didn't really get that step raise because the purchasing power dropped by that same level or more. So now he's at the same level of poverty year 3 and 6 that he would have been. But you're calling that a raise. What I'm calling that is a deal he entered into knowing he was going to have to do some sacrifice at the beginning, and not because of loss of purchasing power. He's not where he was supposed to be, and that was not the deal he made with the city.
I
That's why
think
we have
it
firefighters leaving.
approximates an increase in the local cost of living during that same time period.
Pardon me?
I think it approximates an increase in the local cost of living during the same time
I
period.
think you understood what I said.
Well, I'm just reading from the language that we wrote last time. That if you add the two together, which we believe you should, you may disagree with that, but we believe it's built into the base wage
Yeah,
structure.
and we do have a disagreement on that. You know, it's an experience
Yeah, so
pay,
that's our
and
position.
actually it's a cost savings to the city of longevity, because if it's not a cost savings, then let's move our 21-year step down to year 2, like Plano does. If it's not a cost savings, let's look at the aggregate of the biggest cities, which the aggregate top step is about 13.5. Let's move down our 21 step to 13.5. The reason we're doing it is you're stretching out the pay you're giving us for experience, and it's a cost avoidance.
You said that last time,
Yeah.
and I understand.
And you said what you said last time.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to sit here and let you characterize step raises as an augment to cost of living, because we just do not agree with that.
Well, and we don't agree with your
Yeah, we don't
position,
agree with
so.
that, because they're still taking that home at the end of the day, you know, it's still part of their pay, right?
And they still planned on getting that step raise and having it mean something, but because it was eaten up by cost of living increases, that meant nothing.
And I think that every industry is feeling this right now, right? Every industry, you know.
Every industries don't really structure like we do. I mean, most industries, after a couple of years, you're at the top of your pay unless you get a promotion. We wait 21 years. okay? And we do that with the agreement that money means something. It's not just augment the cost of living, it's augment the cost of living. We'd have wrote that in the contract, and you'd have probably suggested, and we'd have said, listen, the cost of living, is lower than your step raises, then you don't get a raise. But nobody's ever talked about that until now, this session. You know the reason why? Because it's not true. That's not the way anyone ever looked at it before. It's a convenient way to look at it. If you want to convince people that we don't need a pay raise, that's why you're doing it. But it doesn't make any walking around sense, okay? So you continue to have that opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. We continue to have ours.
Well, I think every other employee of the city of Austin who doesn't get anything similar to that, who only gets a cost of living increase, would agree with that as well.
Then just move our step 21 down to year 2 and we're good.
Well, if we had an issue hiring and felt that that lower amount was necessary, that might be something we would consider, your compression scale.
You don't think we have
consider
trouble, we don't think we have a problem hiring?
Based on the data that we've seen, no. In the last testing cycle alone, I believe there was 3,000 applicants.
So this is, so let me talk about that a little bit.
Okay,
So-
yeah, if
So,
we're wrong, I'd like
would you admit, would you agree with me that if the
I think
environment,
when you start the sentence,
would
would you
you,
admit? the
would you
answer
agree
is
with
no.
me that when you're looking at a set of numbers, if the environment or the substance of those numbers change, then that could be pertinent, it could be meaningful in that set of numbers when you're trying to analyze them, correct? So did you realize that the chief took away the 15-year college requirement, which opened up a much bigger pool, which had a flat sort of effect on the people doing it. So-
15 hours.
15 hours, like 15
So a lot more people
I
could
don't even have that.
apply.
Very, very
A lot more people could apply because now there's a lesser requirement, and not many people more did apply. In fact, they went down. So there's, when you're looking at management, you look at history. History's important. What we also look at, and I think Ronell will agree with me on this, environmental scanning. You look at trends, you look at what's going to happen in the future so you're not behind the curve when things happen. If y'all don't realize, and this is just some sort of ploy to get younger people in my department more money, if you don't look at the trends and realize as managers that we're heading into a very dire situation of hiring, I don't even know what to say because it's so apparent to me. And we didn't just say it, we laid out justifications and reasons for that. And so you come back and say the numbers have gone up, you don't take into account the fact that the pool had changed in size by some of the business rules the chief came up with. That's very germane.
So I think if the numbers have remained the same, utilizing tools that the chief has in his tool belt, then we don't need to compress the pay scale.
You must not understand what I'm saying, right?
I think I understand.
So I'm
what you're
saying I'm saying there's a decreasing trend. The chief made that decision, had nothing to do with the trend that's occurring. He just thought it was more fair to do it that way and had a certain effect. Now that effect has taken place, it's going to continue to go down given the environmental scanning of the future environment.
I understand that that's your prediction. I'm just saying based upon the last 4 cycles, that the numbers have remained fairly stagnant with the tools that the chief has in the belt. And we played that for you the other day in the video with the actual statistics.
We should consider contingency contract.
When did the 15-hour college requirement take place?
Stopped at 20.
It stopped.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I'm looking at 2019, the number of applicants that year in 2019, which I'm assuming that requirement was still in place, was at 3430.
You guys showed 1,900 took the test, correct? In
Yeah,
2019
but-
and 1,600 in 2021?
And so if you wanted to look at the trend line, you would look at the data and you would exclude the people that have less than 15 hours and you see what the number is. And I believe, I've never looked at it, but I'd be willing to bet anyone at the table over there that the number goes down significantly.
So help me here, why would we exclude that? If that's a tool that the chief has, and the chief chose to use that, and the numbers are
Because
remaining
you're
fairly
normalizing the
stagnant.
curve by keeping all the data consistent, that's why. And if the trend line is going down, it's only bolstered because of change in business rule, and you consider the trend line keeps going down, it's artificial inflation of.
Oh,
the-
but
of
if your
the-
argument is that we should change the pay scale for that certain reason, then that would be an invalid argument as well. Just
No,
flat
it'd
out.
be exactly the point I'm trying to make, is that if you incent people to come to the job, they're more likely to come to the job. How is that an invalid argument?
Well, it's the exact same argument, Bob.
What's that?
It's the exact same argument that you're saying. that
No, it's not
ours
the
is
same argument, you just don't understand the argument, I don't believe, you know. So if you change business rules and it inflates a trend line,
I hear what
and
you're
you,
saying.
and you account for that and discount for that,
I hear
and the
what
trend
you're
line goes
saying.
down, the trend line is diving.
Right,
And that's what we're
It's
saying.
the same thing.
Yeah.
Both of those are city tools, whether you increase pay, whether you take away the 15 hours, those are both tools in the city's pocketbook, right? Right here.
There are two different things they can use, they have different effects, yes.
Well, do they?
Yes, they do. You know, so the problem, if you take out for the inflation of the trend line, because
Why
of
don't
the
we just
change in
look at
business
actual
rules, if you do
applicants and
that,
actual test takers?
if you do that, okay, you will see what the actual trend line is, right?
No, the actual trend line is what happened. What factors helped vary that trend line are what you're discussing. The actual trend lines are right there. We've given them to you, they're fairly stagnant. Did we use tools in the chief's tool belt to get
Listen,
there?
we are trying, you know, we can make our case if we need to, and you can make your case if you need to. I just can't believe you don't see it, and if you don't, then that's fine. You know, we're not gonna get anywhere on this, but I am talking to people all the time that are not considering this job that we're going to consider before. And if y'all don't wanna believe that, that's fine.
Well, I think we do believe that coming across the nation, across all job titles, there's the Great Resignation, all of these effects from COVID are happening to each job category. Are they happening in Austin? Absolutely. Am I denying that that's gonna happen in the future for Austin firefighters? No. But what I'm saying is what your rationale to cover it is different than ours. Right, that's what I'm thinking.
Can I just add one?
I misspoke, 2019 was when we called for numbers. Not 2020, not 2020. I said 2021 was 2019.
Okay. Also, the numbers presented in y'all's analysis of applicants doesn't go back too terribly far in the PowerPoint that we saw. When I applied in 2011, 2012, over 5,000 people applied. So it has remained somewhat even in the past 3 years maybe,
I
but
think we went to 2015,
We went to 20.
so one past the contract period is what we're.
sure. And I'm saying if we look at trends on a greater scale that matter for a 30-year career, you are in fact seeing a decrease for what it's worth.
And there's other connections that may or may not be important to you all, but when the chief changed the business rule to include more people in the pool, which, you're right, it did probably shore up that trend line. He increased adverse impact on the list. So those sort of decisions have impacts, right? And so we want to continue to increase adverse impact on our list. Those are great decision rules to continue to make. But if you want to look at it more comprehensively and not increase adverse impact, go back to a set of business rules that we can demonstrate provide a better diverse workforce, well, then we're going to have the lower trend line that we're talking about. We have some analysis on that we can go over if you want us to. But
You have analysis showing that dropping the 15 hours of college education increased adverse impact?
yes,
Would you send that to us? We'd be happy to take a look
It's
at that.
interesting only because it doesn't seem like that makes sense. Typically,
Well-
minorities would not have those college credits.
here's why it makes sense. Let's say you're putting out a job application to be a doctor, and you say we're only
I
going.
am a minority.
Yeah,
You're
we're
just
only
figuring the
gonna-
background.
We're only gonna include doctors. So I'm gonna hire a doctor. I'm only gonna
I
include
know
doctors.
that, I am one, I'm
Well,
just
you
saying.
said it like they
It
don't have
doesn't,
college credits.
typically the trend would be that they're not as educated.
I'm just saying minorities have
statistic.
college
That is
credits.
statistic, I'm not saying anything that's not.
What
that
you
is not-
said is minorities don't have college credits.
That's not what I meant to say, if I did
I'm
say
just saying
that.
what you said.
Okay, well, I stand corrected, that is not what I.
And I'm correct.
All right.
So if you're hiring a job where it has a certain qualification or a certain ability or whatever that is competitive to get in that job, and you limit it just to people that can probably have that ability, then you're gonna reduce adverse impact. You're gonna decrease the pool some, but you're gonna reduce adverse impact. If you include people in the selection procedure that really probably will not have a very good chance because they don't have college education, then it's likely, now adverse impact statistical finding, right, so it's never perfect. It's likely that you'll increase your adverse impact. And also, which even may be worse than that, depending on how you want to look at it, is you're encouraging people to come in that probably can't compete very well within the test battery that you're asking to test for. So the college education hours is something I was not really even for when it first happened. But when you look at the stats on it, it actually reduces adverse impact.
Yeah, I haven't personally seen those stats, I don't know.
Chief, if I could-
Stance on those, but I would love to see.
It's not a novel concept in just psychology at all, we do have some analysis, and I've shared some of the analysis in the past with Renelle. She has some of it too.
And we do have the data of the demographics and all the other information for the applicants and those who took the exam. It's all in a pretty well organized.
Now, this last process was interesting because you had adverse impact, but you also had a higher percentage of minorities getting in than normal, which was kind of an interesting finding. And not usually the way it works, and we all celebrated that's the way it worked.
Is that on the last class?
Pardon me?
Is that on the last class?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which
That
makes-
was an interesting finding, but I don't know it's one you can repeat. But like I said, nothing's perfect when you're making sausage in a hiring process. You do all these incremental things the best you can, and you end up with a better chance of getting the result you want. We had a very odd result last time, which I think you can celebrate, but it was one that had higher adverse impact. And when you can redo the numbers, which is what our analysis does. You redo the numbers with different business rules. So you can do it with 5 military points, 3 military points, including non-cognitive items on the written, determining whether you're going to have the business rule for college or not. We ran it with all those different cases. And you can see what the different outcomes are in terms of adverse impact. So it's kind of getting off on a tangent, and maybe we shouldn't be getting off on this tangent, but when you say the chief changed the business rules as his toolbox, it might have helped the trend line, but also hurt our legal defensibility of the exam, in a way that we can demonstrate, and that maybe we should inform us on how to do things in the future, which would be to probably re-include the 15 hours. So it's more complicated, I think we need to get to when we're talking about wages, but.
Yeah, and I think that just kind of proves the point there. There's other things other than wages that can solve some of these issues or fix some of these issues. I mean, we bring that at 15
Yeah.
college.
We should probably just get back to wages. But, I think Renelle has that data. I'd be happy to send you the data. It's not that big a deal. Association spends a lot of money to obtain that data. I would rather you not just spread it around to everybody, but yeah, if you guys want to have a copy of it for your own use on your side of the table, that'd be fine.
Chief, I don't have the most recent analysis of the current hiring cycle. So
You don't? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I'll send it over.
thanks.
Yeah, I mean, let me just say, Bob, we've been doing this a long time. I know that you know this. We're gonna, there's legitimate points on both sides. You're gonna have your way of looking at things. We're gonna have our way of looking at things. Not necessarily always gonna agree. I think even in the times when we have agreed to a wage package, it's not because we conceded to your methodology. It's not because you conceded to our methodology necessarily. So I think just saying, well, you agreed to this last time, which must mean you agree with our methodology. I don't think that's fair for either one of us to accuse the other of, right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say, you agreed with our methodology in 17, whatever it was, when Larry and Sarah were negotiating it. But at some point you just say, you know what, even though their rationale is wrong, the package is something we can accept for both sides, right? So I think when we look at this, and we're gonna talk about why are the numbers this, why are the numbers that, a lot of these conversations that we're having here that we just had, we have on the civilian side as well. With civilians saying, well, the reason nobody wants to apply for this job is because you don't allow permanent work from home, which I know in your field is not practical. But,
Hey, can you hold that thought?
Yeah.
We need to get with one of our teammates who left the room.
Yeah.
And can we take a brief call, because I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Should we wait for you to text or wait here?
Pardon me?
Should we wait here or do you wanna text us? Are you thinking like 5-10 minutes or are you thinking like 2 minutes?
Let's just meet back in like, let's just take a full break, but let's try to make it like 15 minutes, just a tentative, that's okay with y'all.
Fair enough.
Ridiculous.
Stop.
Say what?
Are you stopping it?
No.
No?
No.
Just turn off the sound.
Yeah.
Crazy time.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Kinda crazy. Yeah, just turn the sound off.
Sounds good.
Gonna have to be my marker. It's so weird.
it that will turnkey, or you can do this with a lock? You can do both. So this is what we got on for. Well, I know there's, I know there's, I don't care. Well, I don't know, I can see, nobody knows.
Yes, sir.
No. So like, I wanted to I thought, yeah, when he was mentioning stuff, I just wanted to like, no, like, you know how you got me here? I'll tell you how you got me here.
Well, that's what's funny, it's like, if you have college credits, so I have college credits today, if you said you can apply here, you can apply to this other department, I wouldn't do that. At the time, its pay was better, but the world is my oyster, I would not redo this shit.
And if you want to be a firefighter, you're gonna apply everywhere. It's everywhere, and you're gonna get in where you get in, whether it's the best man or
But Westlake pays more than us.
Oh, thank you.
I did not open it, by the way.
Oh, shoot. Our big secret.
Yeah.
Hallway.
We didn't know that.
Hey, Bernard.
And we should,
Yeah, I'll talk to you about the 20.
kind of like the
Just for,
invasion Normandy, we just leave a briefcase laying around.
before we leave, just remind the 20th
We're gonna take it all.
for police.
Before we do
And
it.
before we leave today. And
Okay.
if you talk to Jill about the 20th, because I heard she emailed you about using downstairs.
Right.
Okay.
So she
You back?
said it was okay. That's
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Devin, I'm sorry to interrupt, I know you're in the middle of,
No. I was just gonna say, look, I know that it's, when I walked in, it was some back and forth going on, which I think at some point is healthy, but at other points, I think it can detract from the main conversation. And for us, I think, what the main point I was trying to make is, we have lots of reasons. I don't know if anyone really has an answer as to what and it's, like most things in life, it's probably a combination of lots of factors, right? Let me just talk about the civilians. Why do we have less people applying for all these civilian jobs? Is it because the tech industry is here and they pay more? Is it because the younger generation, has a harder time imagining themselves working anywhere for 30 years? I mean, you get a lot of that on the newer generation than I think more so when I came into the city of Austin, it was very rare to see a police officer or firefighter leave before their retirement eligible, unless they were terminated, right? I mean, some people, their whole family moves and they have to move, things like that. But outside of that, it was, you come in and you work till retirement, and on the civilian side, I can tell you, I know I think you started in finance, budget office at the city. At that time, even though you're 20-something and you're not really thinking about life as a 60-year-old, having the pension is a huge benefit, and it's a huge draw. I can tell you we're having a harder time on the civilian side attracting folks with the word pension. because they don't see themselves working any place for 30 years. And so it's becoming harder. There's lots of different factors for why maybe we're getting lower applicants. I'm not, I think our raw numbers are still good. I understand what you're saying on the fire side. Your raw numbers are good because you made a change. Now that you don't have that ability to make that change anymore, you've already utilized it, you're gonna start seeing the numbers going down, and you're saying, City of Austin, you should be ahead of that trend as opposed to waiting till we turn into San Antonio only getting 600 applicants. I think, like you said, you talked to their president. So I just think that I'm cognizant that I'm not dismissing your and your team's rationale and opinions as to where we are, why we're here, and where we're headed, in your opinion. I think we have some of our own, but we did want to walk through what was our first offer, and I think that's why the team went through kind of some of the rationale, as to how we got there, but we're going to go into a little bit more detail. I will say, before we get there, some of the questions, we do have an answer for you on wildfire or wildlife division? Wildfire division. And
there's a division, and there's a battalion.
Okay. So
battalion was the one that we were saying that was created between contracts.
Right. Okay. So, as you know, Chief Byers is out. He's not sounding great right now. He's on Teams, but he was coughing quite a bit. He has all the data, and if you can, I know I told you I'd explain it, but I think he's probably the best person. He's committed to either being here Friday if he's obviously clear to go. Otherwise, he will Teams in and we'll have him explain. But I believe that some of the, and we may be wrong, I'm open to that, but some of the assumptions that you had put up as your example, I think some of that information Chief wants to correct, because it may have come across that way, but I think some of the data or some of the facts are a little bit different than what you may believe on the creation of that. So I think that'll go a long way. My personal belief is, if you listen to what he says and you believe that that's right, I think that'll go a long way towards bridging that.
And I know what he's going to say. We already had these discussions ad nauseum, and we don't agree.
Okay.
And that's the whole thing about man-labor relationships. There's sometimes that we are not going to agree.
Yeah.
And so if it seems to me like, or seems to us as a body, that there's a change in working conditions significant, if we want to get in that discussion again, and y'all think it isn't, that wouldn't surprise me, the difference between management and labor, right? Yeah. I think it's a very natural thing to happen. What we want is a way for somebody to say, you're right, or you're right, and right now we don't have that. And so it could be as innocent as somebody has a great idea between contracts, they want to implement it because we have a need like wildfire. Or it could be as devious as somebody hiding behind a log and wait until bargaining's over and then jump up from a log, oh, we're gonna do this. Either way, it doesn't matter what the motivation is. There should be a mechanism for a clear-eyed third party to say, you're wrong this time, or no, or you're right this time, whichever it is.
I hear you.
That's what we're looking for.
I hear you.
I want to address one other thing. Before we broke, you gave me an idea that I want to discuss. And Lowell said this, I think you said something like it, is that, you guys agreed to this contract, and it was a equilibrium, that's what we got, and not everybody, got exactly what they wanted. I'm trying to characterize you as something along those lines. I'm sure I'm not characterizing it well, but gave me this idea anyway. So in 2017, we didn't feel like it was a negotiation. I don't think you were here.
I was at the city, I just wasn't here.
Yeah, and I'm just telling you what we felt like. We felt like the city cherry-picked some data, came up with this indexing system that showed us way behind. We were able to refute it fairly easily. And then we switched over to this other thing where Lowell very quickly said, basically one day, he said, now I'm paraphrasing a little bit, this is absolutely what he intended. We're going to impasse today if you don't agree to these terms. It was a dictation of terms. It was not a negotiation. And so when you study negotiations, which I'm sure you guys have, there's a term called BATNA. It's a best alternative to negotiated agreement. And when you're dealing with difficult negotiations where you feel like you don't have any BATNA, you don't have any sort of alternative other than accept a terrible deal, that's where we felt we were at. So we took the terrible deal because there's no alternative. But what good negotiation books teach you is you change the environment, so it never happens again. So if you want to know why we went for binding arbitration, look back at the tapes from 17. And that was a dictation of terms that was extremely rude and bullying. And we ended up with not an agreement we agreed on. We agreed on an agreement we had to take because nothing better. And all we want is a fair deal at the table. And I think you've seen me comport ourselves very professionally through this whole thing and trying to build a relationship to the other side until today. And I think last session was kind of a telltale session for us that I guess we're getting back to this sort of bullying thing. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. I hope not. Regardless, that's why we changed the environment. We felt like we were treated very rudely and unfairly at the table. There were no alternatives other than the dictation terms of the city. So that's why we took a 6.25% over 5 years. And that's why our firefighters bore that in their families and what they can't do anymore because of loss of purchasing power. It was not an agreement. Let's just be clear. Okay? That's what it was. And that's why we had to do what we did. And that's why we're here today. So I just wanted to be clear on that. We think it was not an agreement last time. We think it was a bad way to operate. And we hope the city won't operate with us again. All we want is a fair deal. We hope that's what we're going to get. And I think asking for purchasing power is very reasonable. And we still think it is, and we're still endeavoring to get that. So there you go. Thank you for hearing me out.
Of course. And, similarly to, Chief Byers hopefully explaining Wildfire Battalion and Division on Friday.
We have some survey results, and they've been released before. We can show you on Friday. That's about 90% of people in the Wildfire Battalion that will probably paint quite a different picture than Chief Byers will when he comes in. We're happy to not have that conversation, or we're happy to have both sides of the conversation, your choice.
In addition to that, I'm going to make a call to Ed's team to see if somebody can actually Teams in to explain, because I'm not the financial expert. Explain exactly what how the cap situation works. And you're probably actually, to be perfectly honest, you're probably more knowledgeable on the 3.5% cap, because I know you were down at the legislature testifying against it and everything as well. I think in 19. Just I committed to that. I'm going to try to get somebody to just give a primer on that too. So, anyways, with that, let us just walk through.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
So we'll just go through Article 9. And again, this is not a response to y'all's proposal that we kind of exchanged on the same day, right? We're still analyzing that, we're still looking at that. This is just a recap of what we went over last week in more detail, right? The years have changed, of course. The percentages in the first 3 years really have stayed the same.
So just looking at year one, how do you guys justify a 0.25% increase in the type of environment we're in right now, especially since, where there's arguably a lost purchasing power?
Well, what we've done here is we've taken our compensation study, right? And I think we've already kind of talked about this ad nauseum already today. But according to our analysis, even these percentages keep Austin Fire Department at a very competitive level and still number one, in the top 8 of the cities, right? And I know you disagree with that. And
I just want to know what your justification is. That's good to know.
So we are asking for a 4-year contract, and I believe y'all are asking for a 2 or 3, so this is part of our.
I think we said 3. We'd go 1. We don't want to have that other clause put in,
And I will say this too, this is our first proposal. We're still here at the table, and we're not going anywhere until we have to, right? So, the deadlines start running, but, we're still here, we're still up to discussion on all of this. Ad pays, we've increased.
So I can go back for just a second.
Sure.
Back to your 4. I was just a little confused because y'all aren't working off of anything from ours. This is just yours.
Correct.
So you have your own 2 crossed out and then replaced with a 1.
It's from the last contract.
It's from the last.
Oh, it's the last contract. Okay. The other
contract.
ones. The other ones is just the same.
From last year. From last year.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. again, this is not a counter to what y'all provided us last,
I understand.
so. The 2 crossed out is because that's, what's the percentage?
So down from last year.
Overall,
Ad pay is here, airport fire and rescue from 150 to 200, special ops 150 to 200. Again, we're up to discuss all of these, a few of these. This is in writing what we proposed last week. And there's no other changes here.
And so, just real quick, there's a grievance for Wildfire Division, Battalion, asking surveys, and you're aware of that grievance, and we
Yes.
put in advance to discuss at the table. And I noticed you didn't include it in your pay pack. Can you explain what your thought process is?
I think we're still, I mean, it's kind of part of what we'll talk about on Friday. We're not objecting to it. I think we're probably on board with it, as long as it does resolve the grievance. So
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's all it means right now. This is
Yeah.
the starting point. Doesn't necessarily mean anything that's not on there now.
Yeah.
Okay, good enough.
I'm gonna go, that's it for Article 9.
Oh, well, there's other parts of Article 9. Oh, no, but you're going from your proposal, not ours. I'm sorry,
Correct,
you're right.
yes.
Excuse me.
It does look like it is coming from Sarah Crittenden with the AFA proposal 516.
Right, from May 16th.
Oh.
So they had proposed this earlier.
That's right.
That's right. So it's not, I don't know if you got something different on pen the other day or not, but this was proposed back in May.
Oh, so you guys have a package of compensation. I know you talked about that before, but you're kind of more formally putting it all in a package. I guess.
Yes. So that would include just 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, and 22. Basically anything that is going to have.
I'm sorry, 9, 12, what?
9, 10, 12, 14, 15, and 22. So here,
So what is the purpose of these additions you made in section 1A?
So I can help you.
Yeah.
So, stemming out of the lawsuit, we wanted to make sure that everything was very, very clear here. It's our understanding that for your bylaw purposes, you made it so that once you do retire, you can still be president. So we're just making it clear that ABL isn't gonna go to a non-employee of the city. So it's a combination of making sure that we have, that it's in exchange for duly bargained for consideration as part of the arising out of the lawsuit, making sure that we both agree that ABL is something that we're bargaining for and that it's very clear so that, you know, if we're questioned again ever on it, it's stated there.
So authorized representatives who are employees under control of the city.
Yeah, that's the first part I talked about, if you retire. So obviously, you're not gonna get paid out of ABL leave, because you can't take leave if you're not an employee, but it leaves ABL here.
But
The
it's
second
not
part is the lawsuit.
compensation, it's form of leave, so I don't see why that would make any difference.
You don't think leave is compensation?
I don't think leave is money compensation, no. Do you?
I absolutely think that the city has no authority to give leave to anyone who is not an employee of the city. Absolutely.
Okay,
It's a
so
form of compensation and benefits.
Let's just walk through
which is
this.
a
So let's say I'm not an employee of the city. Let's say I'm the president, I can maintain that if I retire. Let's
That's
just say
part
I'm
of
in
your
the years where I
bylaws,
can
yeah.
retire, and I'm president, and I can retire and maintain my president. Let's just say that's the scenario. And I'm gonna turn in ABL and say, you guys need to give me some cash. Is that what you're trying to stop?
Not that you would do that, but it's just making it clear.
Because that sounds absurd to me. I mean, leave does not amount to somebody giving you cash unless you're getting a paycheck by that. We're not getting that just seems so weird to me that that's even a concern. If I retire, how would I possibly turn in for ABL and receive some sort of monetary compensation for it? Is there anything in there that says that? Anywhere indicate that's even a possibility, a remote possibility?
Nope.
No, there isn't. And so it's an impossibility. And so we're actually adding more language to make sure that impossibility could not happen. It just seems weird to me, very weird. Did you guys talk to anybody? I mean, I know that we have a lawsuit on this, right? And I know that you guys might not know this, but the city and the association are aggressively pursuing this lawsuit. And the city is pretty much deferring to our attorneys. They're coming out of DC, they're very good. And our attorneys already looked at this very carefully before we turned it into y'all to make sure that it's all consistent with our position on the lawsuit. And so I would hate to just make any changes to this without consulting with them. I imagine you haven't.
We haven't consulted with your attorneys.
Right.
We have consulted
Who's
with-
who's lead on this case between the city and us? Yes.
So we have consulted with our attorneys, who consult with your attorneys.
Okay, they did.
regularly. I don't know on this issue.
Yeah.
We've consulted with our attorneys on this.
Well, it's kind of important that we close that loop if we haven't, because the changes we make here can impact the lawsuit, as I'm sure you're aware. And our attorneys have taken the primary role in the case. The city is kind of defers them quite a bit. And they looked at what we turned into you very carefully, and they felt like that this is what needs to happen on this article to give us the best legal defensibility. And now we're making a significant number of changes at it. That kind of concerns me. See why? Kind of, no.
I can see why changes to the ABL article would concern you
Okay, so
in relation to.
we got a week to bargain. We're looking at new language to an article that's under federal law or a state lawsuit. And I gotta try to get to my attorneys very quickly for a quick turnaround to see if what you're suggesting here may help or harm that lawsuit. But logistically, that's a little bit difficult, but I'll certainly try to rise to the occasion. We did turn this in on May 16th, obviously.
We do, we have that.
Yeah, and again, it was anything that had that physical component, we put it all together in one package. I guess I'll just let you continue walking through here. Sarah?
No person who's not an employee of the staff shall be authorized for the purpose of ABL. No person who is not an employee of the department shall be an authorized representative for the purpose of ABL. I just can't even contemplate a possible situation where that could even occur, but okay, let's move on down.
That's just good.
Okay, so let's move that up a little bit, back up, I'm sorry. So, the association president and other authorized association representative doesn't perform extended association duties may use ABL for lawful association business activities consistent with the association's purposes, if and such a person is eligible for ABL in accordance with this article and has obtained prior approval of the chief or the designee. Okay. So the extended duties is duties like the president, right? Is that correct? Okay. And the duties and the time for the president is guaranteed, right? It's not something the chief has to approve. The chief they can take it away for projects, or they can take it away for like extreme emergencies, something like that. But what we're hoping to do is have some flexibility, because there's been several times when sometimes we were very cooperative with that. You know, when there was some overtime, we really tried to cut back to help out the department, stuff like that. But what we're looking for is not the chief being able to approve it, but when they're on the extended leave, we have this pool of leave, we can be able to use it. You know, so I understand that you don't want to tie the chief's hands entirely. I'm just trying to express our interest, you know, so I'm not sure if you do, that's where we're trying to go. So like if I wanted to bring somebody in like Jeremy for a 3-month project, he wouldn't have been allowed in the past, because that's more of this other sort of leave, that's not the extended leave, right? Or I remember I had a guy off for some disciplinary thing, wanted to bring him in for a 3-week project. They wouldn't allow that because they said that wasn't proper use of ABL, you know, even though he could have worked, so working prevention at a desk, he could have, you know, done some stuff for us. credited our account for that.
Right, and I think we kind
That's what we're
of
trying to
get to that,
accomplish.
I think so, and I think we kind of get to that, whether this needs to be tweaked or not.
Okay, I just wanna make sure you know our interest on that, that's what we're trying to
I think
achieve.
so, I think so. So when you move down, this is just the same language again, so keep going.
And I'll acknowledge that's not in the direction we were trying to go, I'm just trying to tell you, maybe we need to get a little bit more on it.
Okay, so here we were not, in agreement with the language which you had suggested, and, but it's subject to the operational needs of the department.
Yeah, so we had a lot of discussion on this before, which are part of the history of this article. And so, in those discussions, what we talked about was that this meant like really, really severe conditions were to be turned down, not because the city didn't budget right for overtime or something, and now we have our costs are exceeded more than we thought, but like real dire circumstances, we talk about operation needs. So I had, Chief Byers tell me not too long ago that we might not be able to get ABL because we have 4-person staffing and we're having a hard time putting people in trucks. I reminded him of the article that history, because he didn't know about it. He's never bargained before, and he didn't seem too convinced. But then he allowed it. So maybe he talked to somebody else. And this is kind of that whole case we have where new people get in seats and they don't really know the history, right? And so I'm thinking the history with this is still the same history. And I want to make sure that's true. As we're talking about extreme operational needs, like we have that big winter storm or something. We're not talking about we're having a hard time staffing that shift because, we didn't budget enough overtime or something like that.
Let me check on that.
Okay.
Let me check on that. Let me just give a big fell swoop for this whole area.
Yeah.
We have a footnote here that says, generally rejecting, but we haven't heard your reasons why. You just kind of put it out there without explaining why you
What? I'm sorry.
your rationale for increasing the number of hours and.
Yeah, the
So
rationale.
we just wanted to hear your whole.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we have, I've been the president for 12 years, and I've grown the services that we provide our members, probably a lot more than it was 12 years ago. And I we testified this in court, the city said, I work a lot of hours. I probably work 50, 60 hours a week. I'm not gonna get overtime. I'm not wanting to get overtime. In fact, if I was in operations BC, I've probably given up about $400,000 of overtime over the last 10 years. And so I do this for love of service. I do this for love of my members. I do this because I think it's an important, enriching thing to do, okay? I don't want anybody to have to do what I'm doing that comes next. And in order to provide that level of service and make sure that people, maybe a primary and a secondary person doing these extended duties can put in their 40-hour a week and not have to work that type of hours, we just simply need more hours. And that's it. I just want to make sure that we can maintain service levels and be a good labor organization, not require people to work this sort of hours.
Okay, so the other problem was your numbers and your written numbers didn't come out the same.
Oh,
So
really?
we couldn't really even tell what the proposal was.
Okay.
Like,
Where are you talking about exactly?
well, it's hard to show because we've deleted through it, but on your, it's hard to tell what line is. I think in your third line there, so exceed 70, 80, I think it was 6,600 to begin with, but the number that was left there was not the same as the written number. And I can't tell from here what it is. I don't have yours in front of me from May.
5,600, so it was 5,600 for the regular hours, gonna roll over 1,000. I was probably trying to up that a little bit. I'll have to look on my proposal
Yes.
and see. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so we couldn't click, I think it was 6,600, and then it looks like maybe
It looked like
change
I
it a
maybe
couple of
tried to
times.
go up to 90.
maybe 96, and then maybe you changed to 86 or
8600.
7. Yeah, so that's kind of where we were. We
Yeah,
weren't quite sure what the actual.
That's a fair question.
ask
I'll review
was.
that and try to
Okay.
find that out. Sorry about that.
No, that happens. Okay, so here, this is the, for the president, not having to have, prior, per se, written approval because it's a full-time job, but generally an accounting of it that the department doesn't currently get. Also, like when you're at a seminar in Las Vegas or something and they have no idea you're not even in town, if there happens to be an emergency callback or something, that's the sort of thing where you're completely out of the jurisdiction, where they would at least like to know. So just some basic operational control things.
So we're not talking about access to my day-to-day personal calendar, we're talking about if you're out of jurisdiction or whatever that you would.
Well, so two things, a written accounting of specific time for payroll, but not like ahead of time approval. And then, if you're out of the jurisdiction, let us know ahead of time and get approval on how. You broke it. Okay, and again, here we have the same kind of footnote. It looks like you're asking for 4 additional representatives for the kind of full-time extended, and we didn't really hear a rationale earlier.
Well,
so we're
thank you. And this is something I knew we had to do some back and forth on. I was trying to figure out the best way to do it. What I was trying to accomplish is have people on more of these extended leaves, up the pool a little bit, and then what I was trying to do is get the equivalent of maybe 2 full-time people, But like Jeremy is young in his career, and he probably doesn't want to be a full-time person, but he may want to come in for a 3-month project, right? And so I'm trying to look at how you incent people to come in and try to match that with their lifestyle and things like that. So like if you have the president full-time and you have another equivalent of a full-time person, I don't think you'd want me to swap it out, like have 10 people we swap out with. So I was thinking we designate a number like 4 or whatever. That could be the people we could swap in and out. And obviously we probably need a procedure for that and some upfront time, so some adjustments can be made and stuff like that. And I didn't contemplate a lot of that, but I figured that is things we could contemplate and get through.
Okay. Any other questions on that?
It could be that you just have 2 full-time people, but if you have a situation like a Jeremy or somebody younger in the career that want to do some work for the association, but also want to continue to own the craft of their career, we don't want to just take them out.
Okay, we can take a look.
Wait, can you go up really quick? No, go down. Oh, sorry.
So there's other people than just Jeremy, Susan, as an example.
Yeah.
Oh, we had a response just for Jeremy, but, so one of the questions I have, Bob, is I'm just trying to keep the math straight, when you ask for 4 additional people, is that coming out of the initial pool you're asking for, or is this
Yes.
in addition? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because I think the way I read it the first time was you wanted 4 additional full-time people plus the hours up there, and I was like,
We're trying to sneak a way to put in 100,000 hours.
I figured as much.
No, we're not. I'm just kidding, of course.
Okay.
But no, I just thought that it'd be unreasonable to say that, hey, we can grab anybody we want. Maybe we can designate 4, over maybe a period of time. I think it's likely to be less than that number. I think it'd be like 2 or 3.
Okay,
and
so you mean it
in and out.
You mean at any one time you can have X number of people on extended?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And so whatever that number is up above would kind of equate to whether it's 2 full-time, 1.5, 3, whatever that full-time equivalency
Yeah,
concept winds up
since you
being.
guys are asking a great set of questions, I appreciate it. I'll go back and try to get my numbers straight.
Okay.
But does that help?
Yep.
Absolutely.
I mean, really, we're looking at the equivalent of 2 full-time people, but only adding 1,000 hours to the total. So we think, because we always turn back hours anyway, if you've noticed. So we kind of utilize those hours by having 2 full-time. That should give us enough time for our other committee work. And then, but we want some flexibility because, I've already said this, I'll say it again, because somebody like Jeremy probably doesn't want to dedicate a year because he's learning the craft of his job, but he might be fine with a period of 3 months or something. So if Jeremy wanted to do 3 months and Christine wanted to do 4 and Vanessa wanted to do a extent, we could designate that,
So maybe
still
kind
from
of
that same
define what
pool.
extended
We're just swapping those people out, if that makes sense.
And like define what extended means, meaning.
I'm sorry?
Define what extended means along the lines of a 3-month period of time.
Yeah, and if we need to say you need to give 3 weeks notice, whatever it is, and you need to, in that notice, talk about the length and duration so management can plan on, whatever that takes, that makes it more amenable to management. I think that's all policy stuff we'd be happy to put in the contract or put in the policy.
And there's a lot of, in this article too, just kind of some questions, some back and forth, maybe further discussion here. But currently, right now, we are rejecting the going to a 48-hour work week. I think that in terms of priorities, we're probably looking at increases in base wages and ad pays and things like that. So I guess we can discuss this more. I think you explained it fairly well when you did your conceptual proposal. But at this point, and I think we even costed it out as well when we made this proposal. I think we would rather work on what you've already addressed as priorities 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is base wages.
Enhance the 4% raise year one, yeah.
Well, we're discussing it, right?
You guys are like laser locked onto that high priority. Appreciate that.
So we have proposed some counter language here. I think our language is incapacity.
So the change there, I assume you mean, so we were hoping that if somebody just, sometimes people, because people are people, right? They don't feel like 100% every day. They may want to take a sick leave day off for that. And I think what you're saying here, because I'm going to basically do your article for you, is that it's not just you can do it in that sort of context, but you're in an incapacity where maybe you're seeking help or somebody says that there's some sort of diagnosis, you need to take off a week or two. Is that what we're talking about here more than just the person making a personal choice? Is that the reason for the difference?
Yes, it's not like a mental health day, like some people might call it, it's actual mental health incapacity, like the physical. Yeah, same language as a physical incapacity.
Just for clarity, is there a practical what would my process be to demonstrate that to you?
I'm not sure, but we did check in with HRD and this is consistent with their language, so we might be able to get language on with it.
Okay.
That's how it would be.
And so we have a note here in our footnote 4. Basically, we can work on this. Can we work on putting in the correct accrual rates here instead of using October 1, 2014 as the standard? We can work on this.
So yeah, that was your question. We're saying
Yeah,
So here we just do that.
we're saying we can. So that would, I don't know if we need to have further discussion on that right now. I mean, we're open to that.
We'll get with HR to figure out what the rates were exactly at that date, and then email it to you, Bob, and if you're in agreement, then at least that section can be filled in.
What was that other crossed out section that was about footnotes? Oh, it was just the whole language.
Can y'all expand on the use of the Juneteenth holiday?
We're getting down to it. We'll get there. But yes.
So section 8 you struck, I think we already, I'll let you speak, I'm sorry. I've already talked.
I was going
about
down the
this.
footnote. I mean, so, what was your question?
Well, some departments use that because it limits the improper use of sick leave with some employees. Because sometimes they just have to get off. And so it's a limited number. It could be 3, it could be 2, it could be 10, whatever the number is. And so what we have now is we have a certain amount of slots on the vacation. The idea is, it's kind of like Tetris. You don't want to have everybody taking off one day and nobody taking off the other. Then you have a overcapacity people one day and an undercapacity in the other. So you try to even it out by doing what we call these vacation picks. So we kind of fill in all these different slots and try to even it out so we kind of normalize the use of vacation to the extent we can over time. But there's sometimes people just have to get off, and they don't really have an option. And I'm not saying it's the ethical thing to do. Some people, may use sick leave for that, all right? And so we'd rather not put them in an ethical dilemma, But rather provide them a way to do that and not have to, think about this other thing that they might wanna do that's not the right thing to do. And it frees up a lot of stress on the person because, we order to come to work, we come to work. We order to do manager overtime, we do manager overtime, but sometimes you just need to be off, and if there's not a slot open, you can't get off. So this is why that was important to us. And it's not novel, other departments do this for the exact same reason we're talking about, so that was our thought on that one.
So I think our initial response on that had to do with operational control. But Chief Byers, if he's still awake, is listening to us, so we can double back with him on that and see if that explanation helps.
Well, it's gonna put stress on operations, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
It's also going to create less of a stress and the individual has to take it that day to be able to do that, so. And it's not like it's an extra day, it's coming off another day that opens up another slot somewhere, so there is, I'm not gonna say it's an absolute offset, because it depends situation, but it could be an offset, right, where it's not even a huge cost item, so.
Yeah, and I think our main concern was just operations. I mean, I get it, people do need some time off in a mental health day or whatever you wanna call it. It's just to make sure that services are still running adequately, but like Sarah said.
It can be managed because it's done in other departments, it's just a matter of the powers that be want to manage that or not, but it definitely can be managed, because if one person can do it, certainly another one can.
So, here, section 11, or did I skip over here?
That was struck
48
out
hours.
consistently throughout.
It's just a general. So, my understanding about the buyback is that this is a buyback program, is that it was a pilot program. And so we're okay with making it part of, no longer a pilot program, making it a part of the contract. We're rejecting the change to the dollar amount, but again, I guess we're open to discussion on that, but as far as removing it as a pilot program status, we can make that a permanent feature.
And I assumed we used that money up, or not, offhand if we did or not.
It was a slow start, but I think now we're to the point where we've used most of it.
Okay, we came close to not using it up, would you say, or
In
no?
the first year, it was a little confusing.
Okay. Yeah, I was just taking a wag at a different number, I didn't really even know the history of.
Yeah, no,
Plus we
we're
got-
not, I don't believe we're getting a lot of excess requests that we can't fulfill because of the number. I think we're still within a good metric, but
And also, we were talking about expanding the program to higher numbers, now that I think about it, it's been a long time since we proposed this, but, I guess that's why we got the number two. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so the rest is just taking out the commencing for each year.
And
There's the
the-
programs, yeah.
There's some more down below there.
Yeah, taking this language out makes it not a pilot program anymore.
So you pretty much went back to original numbers and all this sort of language here, looks like.
Original numbers, but made it permanent.
This is y'all's language, we were okay with accepting this language here.
It's good, it's gonna be a cost
No, we
savings.
were not.
I
I thought that we were.
don't know why we couldn't get it outside the contract.
Did I read the wrong footnote?
We got an objection from the back.
It says.
We agree to this thing that's gonna save us money.
yeah, we can't, there's not a way in Banner for sworn.
I'm
to
sorry?
donate. There's not a way in Banner for sworn to donate to civilians. It's a mechanical problem, not a philosophical.
No one ever
problem.
told me that, I didn't know that, that was part of the
It's
hiccup.
got to do with how things are accrued and all, and so it would, am I right? Yeah.
We'll double check with
Yeah,
HR, but
okay, 'cause,
if I remember right, this is what we, the non-banner folks, thought and got approved until we ran into the issue that it actually physically can't be
I mean,
done.
we're talking about probably such small numbers, it seems like adjustments to be made.
You'd be amazed at how difficult small things are in Banner.
I will say there's another banner issue you'll see coming up. But, if Joy is successful which probably won't get implemented probably until the end of this agreement, what we're negotiating, for a new system that updates from Banner. We're trying to make a whole bunch of changes to it, and it'll be a much more smooth system as far as getting data, researching data, all that kind of stuff that Banner frankly just doesn't allow you to do that.
So on behalf of the civilians, if you want to ask for it next time around, we appreciate it.
Okay, that's clearly an error on our end.
So what's the reason for the reject the status, or the footnote 10?
10, I believe, is, the pilot program. Oh, sorry. Oh, so emergency leave. Is that a new?
I can't tell on this one.
Can you do the all markups?
And so why would we, why would we just, I thought we changed this, maybe we didn't, we meant to, emergency leave.
We up to 2 or 4, is that?
Yeah.
It's the chief.
Why would we put any limit on that?
So
You know,
I
if
can
someone is a
tell you the
bona fide-
reason.
I'm sorry.
I can tell you the reason because I just remembered it, but I don't think it's showing your language, which you were asking to
Yeah.
insert there. And it may be like, sometimes when you accept, reject, insertion, deletion.
No, I've done the same thing, I get it.
But it's the last sentence, is my understanding is that the fire chief is routinely granting this hardship exception. And that people have not been having problems with this, at least to the management's knowledge, that this is routinely granted.
No, I don't think there's been a problem. We bumped up close to the limit before. Yeah, we just kind of raised the question, if somebody's really having that bad of a year and it's bona fide, why can't we go beyond that?
Yeah, and I think
And you're saying we
our answer
can,
was from the
which is
management
cool.
perspective, when it does happen, it's never been denied. So that there's no need to do that.
Guess I'm having a hard time besides control what we're trying to correct. There's not really a way to game it, right? We have a finite number of family members, so I'm just wondering what the extra step is that we need to make a hardship exception request to the chief when somebody's already dealing with funerals, immediate family deaths. Why does the fire chief want a hand in that, I guess?
Did you initially suggest striking that whole sentence?
Yes.
That doesn't show here, that's what was confusing.
No, that's what I was saying, I don't have it.
Yeah, and
We try to show it without deleting it, and so it just, I don't recall what yours exactly was. And our general, concept, is kind of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if there's not been a problem with this, then typically we're not gonna change contract language for what has not been an issue. So if there's a,
It's the
separate
same-
if you of which we're unaware, we're happy to.
It's the same sort of discussion earlier, looking back history and looking forward towards trends, We just see it as a possibility, so why not try to fix things as possible occurrences?
I'll have to pull up your original section 14. Take a look exactly. Was that all that was in section 14?
Yes.
Cannot donate to civilians.
And apparently our footnote is incorrect.
So y'all are gonna change that to cannot donate to civilian employees, is that correct?
No, we're gonna take a look at it to see if indeed Banner can't handle it, or if there's some reason that can't be done.
But if we're right, if Dr. Paulson is right, that Banner still doesn't have this capability, then I don't think we need to change it to cannot, I just think we delete the sentence. And then, in the future, maybe during the life of this contract, if we get our HRIS system upgraded, and it is possible, at least we won't have a sentence that prohibits it, but as of right now, there's physically no way for Banner to do it. I understand what you're saying, Bob, is maybe, it doesn't happen that often, like you can manually code it, we'll talk to Joy about that, but this issue's come up a few times. Police had an issue too with the civilian, during, I don't think it was this contract, I think it was probably the contract before. and we ran against the same issue, which was buried in the mud. But we'll verify that again.
I mean, you can make manual adjustments, both positive, negative to leave. I don't see why, if on a very limited basis, you couldn't do that, because we're talking about a limited basis here. I mean, we had a practical example on this. We had a guy who, an air shop, who we all think a lot of, is a civilian, and had a child with cancer. And he had a difficult time trying to meet the needs in terms of time off and money. So we got him some money and wanted to try to donate some of our time to him. And it's actually a savings, y'all, if you believe the premise that, you know, our aggregate pay is probably higher than his aggregate pay. You transfer leave over to him and we won't use it then, you know? It's like,
Oh, I think us non-banner people don't disagree with that, it's just a matter of whether.
So, I mean, if you're talking about like one a year is what we're talking about probably here, it just seems like a manual adjustments are not that difficult to make. But you're the manual adjustment guy, aren't you? Well, look at you.
I know, peripherally.
Maybe I'm asking too much, but, it just seems like a reason why.
I hear you. Look,
Yeah, that's part of what we'll.
there's a lot of things we have philosophical differences on. This is not one of them.
Right.
This
No, I
is
get it.
practical.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to get there.
I hear you. We'll verify again as to whether or not we can do this.
Yeah, it looks like our instinct was, that sounds great, but then there's like, can we do it, is another question, so we're gonna hold off on that one for now.
This,
Yeah. So we did talk to finance. Anytime we do a holiday for sworn employees, really for y'all in EMS, more so than police, because they don't have mandatory overtime. It's a little harder to cost, so they're still in the process of costing. But, you know, like I said, this was our first proposal. We do have counters, once we get your counter. So by that point, we will have an answer on the costing. But I didn't realize that costing a holiday for a 24-hour shift is just not as easy as I just think it would be, you know, but it's a little bit more complex than that because of all the things that go into it. So they're still looking at it, they're trying to figure out the best estimate that they have, and then we'll go from there. So this is a asterisk as of now, you know, until we know exactly how, you know, what their best guesstimate is on costing as of now. This is what we're at.
You got people working on that? On the budget
We're
thing?
working on it while we're trying to present.
So we're
While
all,
the same people are coming up with the manager's proposed budget, yeah, so.
we do realize that it's not a 24-hour shift. All of those listed are 12 hours, not 24 hours.
Correct.
And that every other City of Austin employee gets this federally mandated holiday. Like last week, week before last.
Yeah.
City of Austin was closed.
It's, yeah, and that, you know, there's been some confusion on that. I hear you. It is a federal holiday, but as you probably read in the news, there's, I don't know, about half the states that their legislatures don't fund it for employees to actually be paid on the day off. This is not a state issue, this is a City of Austin, during the life of this contract, passed Juneteenth as a paid holiday as part of the budget 1 year. Or maybe it was outside of the budget, I can't remember. I think it was part of the budget session, I think. This last session or 2 sessions ago?
Because last year they got, the City of Austin employees got it.
Yeah, so it might have been two budget cycles ago. And so that's how it became a paid holiday in Austin. It wasn't after the federal government did something, it was actually a funding issue, and so the city decided they were gonna fund it. State employees, for example, unless something changed, state employees do not, in Texas, don't get Juneteenth as a paid holiday. So
City of Austin employees.
yeah, you're right. City of Austin civilians do, and so we're looking at this on for you guys, and we will, once we have a costing analysis, we'll get back to you.
When did we propose this article?
Pardon?
May,
How long ago did we propose? May or June, early June?
May 16th.
May 16th.
Well, was this part of their wage package or a separate item?
This was actually asked for when the City of Austin chose to give all the City of Austin employees.
I can't remember, did we get this back in the initial, like, early June? It wasn't as part of our pay proposal.
June
This has
3rd.
been on the table for what?
June 3rd. June 3rd.
and here, I think this is y'all's language, any additional leave granted to regular employees, or special civil service leave will also be granted to firefighters. We are rejecting that. That's kind of hard to predict, it's hard to cost out. You kind of see this like a Me Too language in there. If you want to discuss that a little more, we can.
So like regular employees, I guess what the philosophy is, there's no cost.
Oh, no.
No, at the time they give holidays, they cost it out for all the civilian employees, all the sworn employees, and then at whatever ordinance is passed by city council makes a decision as to how they're gonna do it. So it's costed at that time typically. And if sworn is not costed, then it's just costed for civilians. So I think probably during the life of this contract, there was Juneteenth, was there one other election day or something?
Voting day.
It's kind of weird for shift workers, but yeah, so they make the decision at the time they do it. And so, at the time they did Juneteenth, they did not include sworn. At the time they do the next one, who knows? I mean, it's.
So it's your understanding that council can give us Juneteenth?
Technically, no, it would be against the collective bargaining agreement,
That's
but I'm
right,
guessing you're not gonna agree with it. So technically, no, it would not be in
Okay,
accordance
I
with
thought I heard you say
43.
something different, that's why I was asking.
No, they cost it at the time, but yeah, my answer would be no.
Okay, so there is a cost for regular employees too to have this. benefit.
Yes, and they cost that out separately.
And there's a cost for us to have it. But we can't have it, and they can. Even though there's a cost for both of them.
Well, I think what Devin said is we're looking at the costing on this one and we're still open to
Okay.
discussion.
Okay,
The
good.
costing on this, the costing on the civilians is, different, because if they're gonna pay me a certain salary, right, for today, and they're gonna pay it if I take sick leave, vacation leave, or I come to work, or it's a holiday, right? But that's also because no one has to take my spot if I'm gone.
Yeah.
There's no backfill, so it's a little bit different when we cost out you guys and EMS specifically. We do some backfill on police, but it's not the same because there's not obviously two EMT or paramedics on a truck, 4 people on a fire apparatus. It's not the same thing. So there's a little bit different costing there. But yes, I hear what you're saying.
I mean, there is some utility for you being there though, as opposed to not being there, whether in terms of an actual monetary cost or a service cost. All right, so there's a cost. No, I understand those concepts.
Yeah.
The difference between civilians and their utility costs and the actual monetary cost of a constant staff department.
Yep.
Well, there's a little bit also, I think, on the ability to carry it over and it being a different cost at the time it's filled or backfilled when it's taken, not being stagnant, so that it could be a different time frame, I guess. So I'm kind of trying to look at the notes and look at this, which are, there's just different variables.
Yeah, I understand there's some differences, I'm just trying to get us all to agree there are costs on both sides, for that sort of program.
This is just the continued rejection of the going to a 48-hour.
Expansion of that or just rejecting it?
Explain that a little bit early on, is that we've actually costed that, and I don't wanna quote what that cost is, but again, our priority is to look at base wages and focus our efforts there. So you're gonna see kind of throughout this article and I believe the next one even, but that's our position in terms of that.
And can you go up again, just to take a
So-
second, sorry.
Pay is the determining factor in reducing our work week from a 53-hour work week to a 48-hour work week.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is all want to go from a 53-hour work week to a 48-hour work week, and then that pay for that hour also increases, so it matches up to the 53-hour, what you would have done.
Slides the annualized standard.
Correct, almost
Yeah, it's not,
identical. to what
it's
you
the
did
same
with
thing
EMS.
EMS did.
And I want to say, what would be the
Outside contract.
additional, amount of firefighters in that hired?
Well, that's not. Hold on. I know we got lots of folks talking, that, it wasn't outside the contract, it was negotiated in the contract.
So,
What
so hold
they-
on, I misspoke on that, so let me correct myself, because when you initially said you thought it was done prior to the contract negotiations, it actually was. It was a couple of years ahead of time, and what we did when we got to the contract is we made that premium pay. So we did negotiate it in the contract, but it actually was done outside of the contract to begin with. So. when you
Yeah,
said
I just
that
couldn't find it in the contract anywhere, but that's, I believe you, I just,
Yeah.
we looked, I couldn't
Yeah,
find it.
no, I actually was in error, I meant to correct that.
Yeah, the first time I saw was a budget note, I think in 16, that was being done the year before, I believe.
Yeah.
That's the only thing in writing I could find, but I might have just missed it in the contract.
Yeah, I'll go back and look too, but.
And it doesn't really matter, I don't think, other than for accuracy, you know?
Yeah,
I don't know that changes anything we're trying to do.
For some reason, I don't think we see that.
Again, that one's not showing.
Yeah, it doesn't show their changes. And I don't recall what. But our position here is just to remain as is for the 43-hour work week and the 40-hour work week employees. And that's just kind of consistent throughout the article.
So I need to ask a question again, because I don't think it's answered. Is the reason for not wanting to bargain or discuss reducing our work week from a 53-hour work week to a 40-hour work week based solely on cost, even though it's got to be in this?
that is one significant component, yes, because when you do go from 3 shifts to 4 shifts, I think, I forget the numbers, but I think Bob's right, it was in excess of 100 new employees.
102 is what I came up with.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, the department was a little higher.
Yeah, I mean, it's expensive, like when you guys took EMS and gave them 12 hours, I think it was in January, you're trying to finish the program out sooner, you give them 12 hours, right? Well, 12 hours is 40% of their entire, work week change. It's about 38 positions. I mean, it's incredible amount of
I'm
money.
confused when you say 12 hours.
Well, in January this year, they went to council and said, listen, we're looking 12 hours of being, 12 hours a month of being within our work week change. And so they accelerated it, in, I think it was January. And then, rather than doing it toward the end of the year, they did it in January. So they accelerated that 12 hours. Well, that 12 hours has a huge financial impact. I don't know who calculated it, but when I calculated it, it's about 38 positions, FTEs, and that's a lot. And if you look at the history of their, and I'm glad they did it. I think they deserved it. I think they needed it. I think we do too. But when they did their work week change, they added a lot of positions. They added a lot of percentage to the general fund in doing it. It's a very expensive program. But they accelerated it this year. You can look back, and it was supposed to be at 12 hours a month per person. It was supposed to be at the end of the year, but they accelerated early. And that's a big financial decision to make your mid-year, because you're talking about the equivalent of 38 positions. And so, when I see people get that sort of consideration outside the contract, I'm wondering why we're getting a 0.25% year one within a contract. And the city says we can't afford to do things when, like EMS, I think they deserve it, okay? But we had an analysis, a workload analysis done as part of a feasibility study for merger. It's just a feasibility study. We're not trying to merge. I don't want to get anybody scared. We're not. We're definitely not. Last thing I want is 400 mad paramedics coming into my organization. Well, IFF's got some really good software because most of the IFF represents a lot of paramedics. So when you look at workload analysis on EMS units, you look at 2 factors. Utilization hours for the unit and response times. The EMS system was not overworked. I mean, you had 1 unit that was above national standards in utilization hours, 1. Now the other ones were up there, and that's what you call an optimized system. That's what you're trying to achieve. But it's not like you had to reduce their work week because of a gigantic workload. National standards would indicate that, they were working hard. I'm not saying they weren't, but it wasn't a gigantic workload we were trying to undo. And we can show the same sort of workload analysis for ourselves. And so we're glad they got it. We think they deserve it. We think it's the right thing to do. So I'm not trying to say anything other than we appreciate them. We're hard workers. I'm not trying to say anything other than that. But you compare it to national standards, it was not a gigantic imperative to change the workload. Yet the city did it, and they did it at a very high cost.
Yeah,
So-
and I think what Devin was saying is we're listening to how you were prioritizing things, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, all being in the pay scale is what we heard. And the second thing is we do have the study that we gave you, the compensation analysis. We didn't totally focus on that particular slide, but you have a copy of it, and it shows that Austin is very comparable as far as hours go to other fire stations.
Yeah, I'm making a broader point, I guess, is there's been some decisions made that are outside the realm of the fire department that seem very benevolent to employees on very different levels. And then we're seen to be treated quite differently. And I know that things will unfold over this next week and we might see some changes, but it's just an observation.
The next one is 14 hours of work. And here our counter proposal is, I mean, it's a short article, and we just discussed a lot of what this article entails as well. Our counter proposal is mainly keep this article status quo.
Okay, so on the dispatch schedule, that was a really important item, for all the reasons we laid out before. And it's a long-standing practice, and we tried to write it so it continued to be modified, within a certain parameter. So I think we wrote it very purposefully this way to not tie management's hands. So dispatch schedule will be 40-hour work week that is set up to operate in a modified 24/72. Based on past, current, and best practices for the operation. So we've given management the ability to modify it to some degree. We're not saying it has to be this exact schedule. We are saying we like it to be very close to the exact schedule we've had since 1975. Why do we have a hard time saying yes to that?
Well, I think we did say yes to it in essence in the management rights section where we agreed to the minor modification language on schedules already.
You what? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
In Article 4, how you proposed some language, minor modifications to the schedules. We said okay to that language, and so I think that's addressed.
Well, I would
That is what we were taking this to be.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but this is management rights kind of comes into play when you don't have a past practice, right? You could say. At least that's some of the discussions we've had back and forth at the table over the last couple of weeks. This is a past practice. This is a past practice that is 50 years old almost, I mean, why can't we just put it in the contract and say that is our practice? I mean, and give the dispatchers a lot of comfort knowing that's not going to be changed, because occasionally some new chiefs go down there and kind of threaten them, oh, we're going to change your schedule. They're sick of that sort of thing. And we're not going to let it happen. And I don't think ultimately it will happen, because we'll have to file a grievance or a lawsuit and stop the action. We'd like to, when Lowell was talking about, let's get clarity on things. I mean, gosh, what's more clarity than trying to clear up a past practice that exists for 40 years? So let's just say yes to this and put their schedule in a place where they know that it's secured. And let's stop having this angst over it. It's such an easy give. It's not monetary. It's literally a 40-year past practice. Let's just say yes to it. So why can't we?
We'll discuss, but
Okay.
I thought we resolved it with Article 4. It sounds like we haven't, so this is
Yeah.
good information.
And I'm glad you said that that's what you thought, because I would not made that connection.
Oh, I thought we had actually discussed that during
Specifically?
that, like,
I
that's
might have missed
already-
it. If I did, I'm sorry.
Maybe it was just the example you used and we were taking that as like the literal example that you meant versus,
Yeah.
not the only
I used
example,
that
but.
example, but I did. Yes, I did. But I used it because it was past practice. I thought it was different.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we had some discussion of whether it was unequivocal or something
Yeah.
along those
Yeah, I
lines.
purposely used an example that was similar but not the same.
Yeah. So this is good information for us
We'll
to discuss.
Okay. And it's not monetary. It's not a big give, I don't think, but it would mean a lot to the folks in dispatch. And then moving up again, please, real quick. So, I don't know that we can just strike work week change and just leave it like that. You know, I think if you wanna look at, some ways to make it work, some ways to do it over time, some ways to do it differently, we're open to all those sort of things. But just to say that, you know, we've increased, you know, we know we've increased the workload in our department. We know it's had a strain on our firefighters. And we know a little more time off would relieve a lot of that strain. So from my perspective, you know, whatever my members, I cannot just say, yeah, that's cool. We're not gonna worry about changing work week at all. We need to consider a way to get there, maybe over more time or maybe a different method. But, you know, we'll have a counter proposal on this, I guess, is what I'm saying. And I hope you all will be, you know, open to that. And so it's not just yes or no, it could be yes, but, you know, how do we get there?
Okay.
And let me just, I just pulled up the old EMS contract. So just for your reference, Bob, if you go to Article 6, when you get a chance,
What year is this?
the 13 contract,
13.
right? So it probably doesn't spell that out as clearly in the language part. So you have to go to the appendices. But we have an appendix pay scale for year 1 of the contract, for year 2 of the contract, for year 3. And then for year 4, you'll see it went from 48 hours to 42.
Oh, okay.
So we did negotiate it. It was in discussions between the association and the city for a long time before negotiations happened about, you know, what we could do. I mean, there's a variety of reasons. I don't want to get into all of them because you're going to hold me to say that those were the only reasons you gave. But it was for a variety of reasons. And then what I believe the association did is they went to council the year before it was supposed to be implemented and said, hey, can you speed this up by a year? We're supposed to get it for fiscal year 16-17, but can you implement it for 15-16? And I think council delayed it maybe half the year, and then they said we'll implement it, something like that. Don't quote me.
Now that I think about it, wasn't January this year, January last year, I think it happened, whether you got the last 12 hours. If I'm wrong, you know. Mr. Flanagan was still in, I think it was last year, I think he had a lot to do with that.
They've been on a 42-hour work week since 16, I believe.
Since when?
2016. It was contractually guaranteed to get to a 42-hour work week the beginning of 16, and I believe, so October 1 of 16, I believe the association talked to council as part of the budget process for October of 15, and I believe council implemented it, but it's kind of maybe halfway through the year, so maybe March of 16.
Yeah, that's not what I'm showing, but now I'm just gonna be curious. It really has nothing to do with this, but I just want to kind of get it straight in my head now, so I'm gonna get with you maybe, since it's not really bargaining, maybe I'll get with you in the hallway and get
That's
my
fine.
information each time compare, but it's really nothing to do with us, I don't think. But I appreciate the information. Thank
Yep.
you.
So I believe we discussed this last week. And I did have a question, Sarah.
They had struck it and it had to be hand typed back in from the original language because you can't reject because then it just
Yeah.
disappears like it did on the last slide, so it was just hand rewritten from the last contract. So currently the language exists and they were trying to delete it.
Okay. So the main kind of, I guess the overall thing here is that y'all were asking for two times the rate of pay for overtime. Currently it's 1.5. We would like to leave that as 1.5. And so we have our footnote here. Yeah, it's double time. And on call status, we have increased the rate of pay for on-call status from $2 per hour to $5 per hour.
So, those are the two main changes from that, other than the 48, which you struck, the 48-hour overtime threshold.
Yeah.
And so this is one of the things I mentioned in the Lowell's minute and 14-second, kind of discussion of 5 articles. One of the things that were inaccurate, he said we're not having trouble staffing units, so we don't think we need this double time change. So first of all, police are not allowed. You cannot order them to do overtime. I think local code 142 says that you can't unless it's a bona fide catastrophe or something like that. So police are at double time, and they're at double time, not with productive time, but total double time regardless of non-productive hours in that period to incentivize them to show up to work. And my understanding is it's working to some degree, which is great. They're showing up to work at a higher rate than they used to. That's good, because the only way you can get them, you can't order them, right? EMS, when you do this work week change, it might have some impact initially, I don't know. But, when you do a work week change, you don't have any more people, at the day 2, right? You have the same amount of people, so you have to pay more overtime. You have to pay overtime at a higher rate, right? And so, what I believe they did, if I'm wrong, what they did these mandatory days, really the days they would have worked regularly with the old work week. They're mandatory days that they had to work, and they were scheduled, and they showed up for them, and they got paid overtime at a higher rate because their hourly rate went up now. And then, when they had openings on units where they needed to fill, they had voluntary overtime. And voluntary overtime, my understanding is they're getting double time. And so EMS doesn't order people to come to work either. When EMS has a shortage, they put out the call, and this double time has incentivized them to show up at a higher rate, okay? But if they don't show up, they brown out units. They just brown out units, okay? The fire department orders people to come to work. You see the difference? They order people that don't want to come to work to come to work. And they order them beyond the regular schedule, right?
We do have that in EMS.
What's that?
We do have that in EMS, though. Then that was their frustration. There was mandatory, like callback. Hey, I'm calling you back in. You're available. We have somebody out sick. You have to come in. So.
Well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Yeah, we did mandate that, and that's where their frustration came from. There's not enough people applying to be an EMT/paramedic. So we're not filling the spots, and when you fill the spots, you can't have one person driving the truck, obviously, and taking care of the patient. You have mandatory staffing. You have to have 2 people. That means necessarily you're calling me back in. I can't enjoy my time off. I can't enjoy going to the movies with my family because you're going to call me back in theoretically. And that was the issue that came up. And so then.
And they incentivize that by paying them double time, right?
For volunteers, right.
For volunteers.
Yes, for volunteers.
And how do you think that's different than us? I mean, Lowell said that we don't have a problem staffing units. And I've got people in this room right now that have been called in mandatory twice within 1 week. Straight time. And so it seems like the negotiators don't really understand what's going on in our units. And that makes sense that you wouldn't. I'm not criticizing that until you make a statement like that. And so what we're asking for is the same incentivization that police and EMS have for us, because we're in the exact same situation. The difference is that we are more apt to order people to come to work, which we totally support, because citizens should not have to suffer because we're having trouble putting people in seats. So we totally support that. But we also think it's quite fair that if you're going to do that, you do what you do with the other 2 public safety agencies and pay them double time. We have people that are mandatory that are on straight time. Straight time. Because you're on this mandatory list, you're 2 mandatory lists we have to make sure we can cover. Okay, so you can be on these lists, and then you have to try to figure out when you might come up, right? Because you don't want to come in. So you might get sick, or you might take some non-productive vacation, which is why we struck that. And so then holy crap, I got far enough the list where they picked me. I'm working straight time now. Cops working double time, EMS working double time, that guy's working straight time. How is that fair in any way, shape, or form? We're all 3 agencies are trying to put people in seats that are unscheduled. In our case, we're ordering them, And now we're ordering them on top of not just time and a half, we're ordering some of them to come in for straight time. You see how that could be a concern for our members, maybe a little demotivational? Does that make sense or no? I mean, am I just, like, just some crazy rant that y'all don't understand, or does it make sense on some level?
No, it's not a crazy rant. I get it. I think some of the, we'll relook at this, but some of the differences that we have, I understand from your perspective, look, you're doing the best you can for your members, and your members see police and EMS getting double time for overtime, volunteer or not volunteer, whatever, but some form, double time, and you're trying to do what you think is just to get it for your members. The way we're looking at it is we got a new class coming in, which should significantly alleviate a lot of the overtime. We hope. I know y'all have a different perspective.
When I was chief of training in 2008, they said, if you run this class of 80 through, Bob, it's never been done before. You run this class of 80 through, overtime will be done. It's okay, I'll run this class of 80 through the best I can. And I did. Overtime has never been done. Ever. And it never will be. So we're in this situation. And it's not just I'm trying to do the best for my members, it's unfair to my members. It's a problem when they see their people in EMS and police getting double time and they're not. But even more important than that is when you incentivize it, somebody's choosing to go to work that day. And if somebody that doesn't want to go to work that day doesn't have to. And that's the most important part. When you're forcing someone to go to work against their schedule, and they'll do it. I mean, firefighters will follow orders. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm doing the best I can, we're doing the best we can, and I hope the city does too, to take care of their mental health so the people that are showing up are volunteering, not being forced. That's a big difference mentally for people.
Yeah, I think that's helpful for us to hear that perspective, because, EMS took a great deal of time to, go through all of the staffing shortages and all of the, exact details, and then they laid it out for days to us, basically.
Yeah.
And the only thing I heard when you did this, and maybe I misheard something, was, well, you're doing it for them. And we didn't know the details behind it per se.
Yeah, I hope I said some of the other stuff, and maybe I did. If I didn't, then that's on me. But yeah, it's literally a struggle. And I think Byers, when he was here, he was kind of shaking his head, yes. Our psychologist 20 years ago used to sit with his feet up on the desk and nobody came in. He's full all the time now. We have issues in the fire service because we hire people that are very empathetic, and because it's a very difficult job, believe it or not. You see things in a week, most firefighters you wouldn't see in your lifetime. It causes stress, and part of de-stressing is not being at work all the time. And so we can make a choice as incentives. If I can incentivize Jeremy to come in double time, so I don't have to come in when I really don't want to, but I would have been forced otherwise. That's a big deal. It's not just about compensation, although that's important. That builds the incentivization, but it's about the quality of work, quality of life, mental health. It's about a lot of other things than just, hey, we want to get double time, which is kind of the way I took when the way Will said it. Maybe it's such a short little snippet, but that's kind of the way I took it. You guys are just asking for too much, It's a lot more behind that than just double time.
Yeah, I think it's a combination. It's not you're asking for too much. I think the question that the city asks itself is, what problem are we trying to solve, and where can our resources go to help? I will say this, even if, and I believe what you're saying, trends within your membership are changing, okay? But for a long time, you and I have had many discussions about what is the optimal level of staffing. Because at some point you're paying more for health insurance, this, that, and it's fair to our members to get more overtime. We would have grievances from, your department, not from the other two, saying you picked this person instead of me for overtime, and I think that was a violation of the contract or the policy. Now that may be changing, but fundamentally, those other two are saying, if you don't pick me, that's great. And we've had a kind of a different perspective within the fire service of folks saying, no, I'm more than willing to do it, just make sure you pick me instead of somebody else. And so we're just trying to prioritize where we can put the limited funds that we have. And so we're trying in all of this. I just want to make the point, I don't know if it's really gonna, I'm not saying this to make you feel better, I'm saying this to explain where we're coming from. The things we're rejecting isn't because we think, you know, oh, this is crazy. That's not it at all. Or that the union's asking for too much, or this is overreach, or this is taken away from match. We are trying to do what we can to focus our dollars on the wage package, right? Our final wage package, let's put it that way, okay? Before you start again with the 1/4%.
1/4% year
Yeah,
one.
before you start with the 1/4%, I want to cut you off right there, okay?
Okay.
So we're trying to
It
do.
sounds like there's some wiggle room.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, look, yeah, that's not to say, you know, you're gonna be ecstatic, but we're saying is we're trying to do what we can to focus our dollars there. If we had, and I've used this line with the other two, and I'll use it with you, if we had Elon Musk's bank account, our package would look much different, because there's lots of things in here that are not, you know, crazy. If that's not why we're rejecting because we have limited funds and we're trying to focus it in on one area, which you said was your top priority.
Well, I mean, and the city's done this in the past. They kind of come up with this number, which is your objective that you're given. You have to satisfy, bargain within that number, and that's if that's your charge. That's what you got to do, and you really can't change that number. Probably, I don't think you have the pay scale to do that. It probably comes from above you. But the truth is, you know, our leaders in our city and leaders in our fire department, you invest in what you value. That's where you put your money in what you value. And I guess the point we're trying to make, and maybe the people that need to hear it aren't hearing it, I don't know, probably that is the case, is that you haven't invested in firefighters for quite some time, and we're starting to really feel it. And we need some investment. You know, we need some reinvestment in the workforce. I think we've made a very good justifiable case for it. I know you guys feel you have some comparable something different. You know, if we can't get a deal on the table, I guess we'll be arguing that out in front of an arbitrator, you know, and I guess the best data will win. We'll see who wins. But we feel like there's definitely been, and we not only see it in the numbers, we feel it from our members. Like I said, I've been doing this 7 cycles. I've never seen surveys like I've seen recently. And I believe my members when they tell me that, you know. Everybody always wants money. I'm not saying that there was any survey where people didn't say they didn't want money. I'm just saying it's been
if there was,
very
you sure
different
didn't
this
tell
time.
me.
It's been very different this time, markedly different, you know. So when you hear me harping on that, that's the reason.
I hear you.
know, and what the city ultimately invests in is what they think is important. It's what their priority is. There's plenty of money. There's plenty of money in the city to invest in the workforce, particularly this workforce, if they choose to. And I hope we can make the case that that's a necessary thing for them to do.
Okay. So, let me make sure. That was 15. All right, so then the last article, pay package.
It's just zipping right along, aren't they?
Health-related benefits. And I think you had brought this up a little earlier today about data and research that we had done and that you're waiting on. So this is our counter proposal here, financial data for the City of Austin Health Insurance. We made some minor tweaks, but we are willing to give you the data that will break out the aggregate cost of health insurance for the fire department. As far as the trust, we did look around. We did get with Fort Worth, and it was not as smooth of a process as I think that maybe you think that it
No, I know year one had some wrinkles.
Yeah, so, and then the 6 months notice would not be nearly enough time to deal with that or try to implement that. My understanding is still not as successful as I think it was envisioned, but you know, we don't have the full details of all of that. So,
And I'm talking the labor side, you know, and I would love to hear the perspective of the management side of Fort Worth, if you haven't yet shared. And the labor side is, year one, it was rough because the health insurance industry can be cruel. And so they kind of ganged up against them. And when they went out for bids, they ganged up against Fort Worth, trying to break out of this trust, and they couldn't get sort of fees that they, on the different procedures and pharmaceuticals that their broker said they could. It was a concerted effort in the industry, and they broke through that year two, and they're banking some pretty good money in the trust right now, and they consider quite successful. The firefighter survey showed to be successful, and the city's costs are fixed, right? City's costs are fixed. In fact, I think Fort Worth, I don't get me lying, but I think Fort Worth actually takes a little bit out of this from the city in terms of their contribution less than they would have if they were in the Fort Worth system, I'm not mistaken. So at the very least, it could be cost neutral. And so we would still like to pursue it. If we're talking about whether it needs to be 6 months or 3 years or whatever it needs to be, that's the difference between yes and no, and hey, let's see if we can work out something in between. But I don't know why the city wouldn't. I understand what you said, Devin. I remember you saying that they're very proud of their system. I can sense that when I go to the meetings, that they're very proud of their system. But being proud of your system is not enough reason to not allow an employee group to get a better deal if they can.
Well, there's 3
If they
points.
can.
Yeah, there's 3 points I want to make here. One is, this is yet another example of the banner limitations. Apparently, there's no way to parse out sworn firefighters from the civilians in the fire department. That's why you see what our proposal is. We'll give you the data for the fire department and how you're going to be able to parse out who's sworn and not sworn. When we go for a rebid of our health folks, we will certainly ask them to see if they can put in a new system where it parses it out. But there's no promises on that. Right now, our system cannot do that. And so that's yet another limitation of not only the banner system, but I don't even know what the hell.
Yeah, because it's not very useful to us if we can't determine what the cost of the firefighters are.
I hear you.
So it doesn't, and I was going to be my next question actually, is why, because it would be unuseful to us unless there's a way.
Less useful. I get it.
I guess you could kind of estimate it out.
You can estimate it, right? I mean, you're not with the rest of the city at least.
But when I put in the public information request, the city told me they don't have any information on individual departments in terms of insurance costs.
Well, we talked to Joya. They said that they don't have it, but is there a way for them to manipulate the system to get it for a department?
Okay, I got you. They
could. I think that's what she believes. Yeah.
That's a third-party administrator could get that for the department, but not even, they can't parse it out into the sworn number because of how it's distributed to them. And that contract is still 3 years to go, sort of thing. So even our third-party administrator doesn't have the capability.
Right. Well, that makes sense because they don't have to give me information they don't have in TIR.
Right.
What you're saying is they could get it.
That's what we believe is that they could.
Don't you believe? But they couldn't sort out uniform versus sworn and not sworn.
Right. But at least if you get the AFD, you'll have a pretty good idea of kind of where at least your one department is. The second point that I wanted to make is, yes, a reiteration that, I know you say that that's not a good enough reason to do it, but we are proud of the fact that everyone from our lowest paid employee to the city manager and the mayor get the same health insurance. And that's a point of pride for the city. Number 3 is more practical. Number 3 is, if we do this, and you go out and get your own insurance, and something happens, politically, we're going to be on the hook to give you back insurance. It's not practical to tell my neighbor, well, they bargained for it, it didn't work out, and now they're without insurance. And so we see this as basically there's no risk on your side from a practical perspective because you're going to be able to convince everybody, including me, that your firefighter should have health insurance no matter what you did at the table. And I think that for all of those reasons, and I'm sure you've heard the same thing from other cities where this has been tried, is that's a practical consideration that they have to face, which is, if we do this and you say, look, it costs you whatever, X million, we got it for X minus 2, we're keeping the 2, our members are happy, the city's happy, then great. What happens when it goes belly up and it doesn't work out? And you got 3 years left on the contract. I think that's a legitimate concern from the city's side.
Yeah.
So I'm just being upfront
for that. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So,
But that's not been the track record for these trusts that break out. They've seemed to have done pretty well. And just so you know, I'm not convinced at all that if we did a feasibility study on this, that we'd want to break out. I'm not convinced at all that that's the case.
no.
But I do have members that think it could be the case, so we want to do the study to determine, you know, if it's feasible or not. I mean, I believe the city of Austin actually has a pretty good health insurance system. I know it's gonna go up a little bit this year, and everyone's gonna be mad about that, and I get it, but I mean, you compare it to other places, relatively, it's not bad. So I'm not from this camp, I think it's horrible or anything. In fact, I think they do a pretty decent job. We just wanted to see if there's a better way to do it. And of course, when you talk to brokers, they will convince you there is, because there's a bit of money in it for them. But you talk to firefighters that have done it or police that have done it, they seem to be fairly successful. And so why wouldn't you look into that if it's something you could, depending on the risk level, of course, save some money for your members in the long run. So that's kind of our position. Appreciate your discussion on this article. That's all helpful.
Okay. So as far as the fiscal articles, that encompasses all of them. I do have 13 and 18 that we can discuss and just at least have it on y'all side of the table.
Yeah, 13 is personal employment, and 18, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. I'm gonna just jump to 18. First on my queue. Scroll to the top.
Did you send this? Yeah.
We sent it last week on 6/28. And I think we're actually pretty darn close here. So maybe we can end the day with some forward momentum. So,
And we reviewed this one today, so we're
okay.
fairly familiar with it. We'd like to see your points.
Yeah. So I don't think there's much change until we get mainly to the matrix. So statements. I think we agreed to language here, which is some minor tweaks. We agreed to take out polygraphs and.
Yeah, we made that major concession on polygraphs.
Yeah. Yeah, and the disciplinary meetings, I think we already kind of discussed this a little bit.
Yeah, I think that one was
We're okay to go
adopted
there.
a couple. This was the one we're still interested in though, that you struck here. Yeah, and it's encouraging that you said that you, I think if you go to one of the footnotes, maybe it's lower, I don't know. Maybe 4, yeah. That you acknowledge it's a practice, but the chief wants the ability to change that practice, modify it in the future. And I thought we kind of captured that in our wording that was struck. You know, like for instance, like the target of harassment can determine the information that the chain of command should look at, or the chain of command can determine whether they want to look at it or not. So we thought that met the interest of the city.
And I think what we had been talking about is in the current policy, there's like a 6-hour period of time or like a specified time frame exactly, and minor things like that. They do have it in policy, they do have it in practice. For the most part, it's just a matter of they want to keep it in departmental policy in case they want to make minor changes that they think operationally would better the system instead of putting it in stone.
So can we get a copy of that policy?
I'm sure you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it a PSO policy or is it a department policy? Do you know?
It's.
'Cause I heard the PSO has their own policy. That's fine.
I think it is, but we'll, whatever it is, we will find.
Okay, thank you.
Because yeah, there's some real specific,
I'm sorry.
there's some very specific numbers in there on timeframes.
I mean, maybe we end up saying that the chief should have a policy on it or something. Maybe that would be enough. I don't know. I need to talk about it.
Hey, team, and Bob, just FYI, apparently our camera's dying, and so we're down to 22%. I told
Right, talk quickly.
Bernard we're pretty close,
Yeah,
I think, anyways.
yeah, we can talk. I think the next bit is the disciplinary matrix, which
That's the only change.
that's the only changes that we probably want to talk about. although I will say that I think they're in agreement with most of what, is in here. So we had proposed within 6 months, we create a committee, y'all can come back with 3, appointed by the association president, we're okay with that. It looks like y'all were okay with our language to adopt and implement a disciplinary matrix. It appeared here that y'all's language was that if we adopt a disciplinary matrix, then the firefighter appeals from discipline imposed would kind of be limited, right? And that the commissioner or the examiner, y'all's language was would uphold the disciplinary action or modify it so long as it falls within the penalty range. Our counter language is, I think if it falls within the penalty range, then the commissioner or the hearing examiner would just leave it as is. I think that's I think if it falls within the disciplinary, if it falls within the range, then arguably it's reasonable and not arbitrary or capricious, but we can discuss that.
If the chief
That's a
adopts,
shall.
if the chief adopts a matrix recommended by the majority,
Then it would be limited in that way. I think that
then
was-
we'd be, but then Andy picks a discipline within the range, we wouldn't appeal that, correct?
Then you could appeal it, and then the first step in the appeal would be, did this firefighter even do the conduct? If the firefighter did the conduct, and the arbitrator or the commissioner.
Right,
Yeah,
you can appeal on the conduct without on the range of discipline.
on the range.
Gotcha.
So I think that's kind of in line with what y'all are going for.
I think that's what we were trying to capture anyway.
Yeah, okay, well then it sounds like we're on the same page.
I
Okay,
believe.
and so you just took away shall from there, in their written copy they have, they're not gonna have that, so show him what you just did. I just pointed out that we had may and shall both at the same time.
Yeah, we actually corrected that in our copy too.
Okay.
I was hoping to
Make
point
sure
that out,
somebody
you guys
catches
made a
it,
big
right?
edit mistake.
And just a really minor change, and honestly, it doesn't matter to me if not be limited in any way. It just seems like the sentence just seems to flow a little better if the chief adopts disciplinary matrix. The discipline imposed in accordance with the adopted disciplinary matrix firefighter shall retain rights to argue the recommended action. So I can, either way, I'm not opposed to leaving that language in there. I think it just kind of flows a little better.
Becky thought it was too late.
I didn't say that.
Too worried,
And then it looked like, there was some language added to our F here. That's okay too. We're fine with that added language. Cause it seems like F is if the chief doesn't, if the chief creates a disciplinary matrix that's not approved by a majority of the committee, it's just kind of status quo. And I think, that was y'all intent, right?
If he adopts a matrix that wasn't approved by the committee, then we could appeal both the action, to see if they're guilty of the action and the discipline.
And the reason for this one, yeah. So
And I hope you guys realize, we were trying to meet your interest on this one, and we tried to do it kind of a creative way. We spent some time on this,
I did want to say, I thought this was really well written, and I think that, it actually will streamline things in the event that we do have a disciplinary matrix, so, yeah, credit
I think
where
the
credit
best
is
thing,
due.
we just don't want the table, but since that wasn't possible, we thought this was a reasonable alternative, and incentivizes us all to work together to try to get one we can all get behind, which is good for everybody, I think.
So this definitely meets our interests as well, so, that was basically it for 18. Are we dead, Bernard? Or is our camera
20%.
20%? 2% for that.
And we've got just some juice.
Cause we can still do 3 more if you want.
I'm holding up 13.
So we already sent to you, we just haven't actually done the.
Actually, I think this is the last bit, because 16, 17, 19 are on there. Well, they're kind of on both of our sides.
We sent them to them, but I don't think we reviewed
No,
them
that's
with you, did we?
No, we haven't.
I had thought we had, but you guys kept saying we didn't, so I don't know.
You're right. I just feel rushed now. 20% is giving me anxiety.
Only 2%. Comfort, yeah, a little time.
Personnel deployments. We had a lot of discussion about this, I will tell you that, so it may seem like not a lot of change, and specifically I'm talking about y'all's maternity language here. I think we've already had some discussion on the one-way trades. We've had a lot of discussion on our end about the one-way trades, and every time we kind of discuss it, it just seems like it it's just could open the door for misuse. And I think, Jeremy, you had mentioned it being utilized in another city.
A lot of
so-
cities use it, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm aware of that, and a lot of times I don't see it always working, but you did mention that it worked in whatever city you were talking about, and so we had, internal discussion about maybe getting a little more information about that, but our inclination right now is that it seems like it might be more trouble than it's.
And that was for the cap, because I think usually where cities run into trouble is they don't have any rules on this stuff. They just allow it, and then what's happened is firefighters have stopped coming to work, they pay each other, they've been out for it for 3 years now, and they get the city in the news, right? So, what my old department did was, that kind of started becoming an issue, so they started limiting it to 12, right? That way it's used more like they're intended, right? Because we have catastrophic leave, which is really great for physical injuries that are there for a long portion of time, right? The things that people don't mind telling the chief is going on in their life, but what we also have is members coming up with things that they might not want to ask the chief for catastrophic leave for, right? Or things that people just want to help out their coworkers with, right? It's a little bit, I kind of use the example of, your friend asks you to help you move. Do you show up and help them move, or do you just give them $20 for the move, right? It feels a little bit insincere to just throw them $20, right? So we've had some people who have been going through some things in their lives, like died from cancer. They said, hey, yeah, I want to work a shift for this guy, right? He needs to be off work. I want to work for him. Chief, not this current chief, but our old chief said, no more winterns. Can't work for this person. All right, so this kind of opens up that, but it also, I think, offers some protection for the city where there's not going to be abuse of one-way trades, right? And the city obviously has rights to write policies surrounding this. And I think when I looked at it, cities that got in trouble, what the end recommendation was, hey, you guys need to have some policies written about these. Right? That they essentially, it was a Wild West, and they didn't set any limits, and that's what, got them into trouble, they get in trouble, got them into
Yeah, it just became like a.
right. So the end result was, hey, put
It seems like
limitations
the cap
on this.
almost always stops the abuse though,
Right.
depending on how big the cap
And
is.
we kind of had a footnote here too, it's just kind of lack of departmental control and the qualifications of the substituting employees. And just additional administrative burdens, kind of what we're just talking about right now, so.
Yeah, little things that other people might not realize, like a husband and wife, like, or a, relative nepotism sort of things that cross over, and people aren't necessarily gonna see that sort of thing when they're trying to do the right thing. They're not always gonna know.
I mean, chiefs would still approve these trades. There'll still be, I mean, we have trades right now that could run into all these same issues, but chiefs know about these, they put them on the books. And they make staffing adjustments as necessary for the trades that currently go on. I know one of the things I think the Lowell mentioned during this too is like, well, what happens if somebody doesn't show up?
Yeah.
We have policies in place for that right now if somebody doesn't show up for a trade. Like I think all the administrative stuff, we currently have policies that probably capture this, and we're very easily modified to capture this.
I mean, if you would be willing to consider this more, if there was a few more operational controls like we have on other trades, we could probably come up with some language to put that in there. If y'all think 12 is too many, probably be willing to lower it, because I think that's where the abuse comes in, is that, I don't think 12 is what creating the abuse, but I mean, if the number was 100, well, then you could have somebody work a whole year for somebody else and they couldn't even show up, right? That's a problem. So so what are your interests? Like abuse is one, I think the cap to some degree settles that one, operation control is another. And so we wrote language that showed how that could work and it provide more operation control, that would probably make it easier for you to say yes to. I'm not saying you'd say yes to, what else? What are the other interests?
Just additional administrative, every time we kind of walked through this, we would just kind of.
Came up with some other odd examples.
Yeah, it's an odd
randomly, so-
example, and I think our interest is that it just would not be in there. But if, we really are, we've been discussing this, quite frankly, even though we haven't been bringing this article to you now, we've actually been discussing this for weeks because, we really want to consider everything that y'all have been
I
bringing.
appreciate that. I mean, yeah, you can always get to a one-off that's like a super low probability of ever occurring, and that's just the way life is, right? I mean, but when you're looking at the corridor 1 to 98, that's probably where most instances are gonna fall in, if we could write
So let
something
me ask
that.
you kind of an obvious question. do you think there's any way, these are kind of known throughout the state as causing cash under the table sort of things. So, you know, is there any way to write that sort of a, you know, a prohibition that would be enforced? You know, how do you, that's kind of, they're just kind of known for that.
Yeah, I know people have done that before, the worst abuse I ever heard was I used to do some computer consulting for a guy who was a Houston firefighter, hadn't been there for almost 2 years.
Yeah.
And he continued all of his seniority, all of his pension, and he was paying a guy to be there. That's not what we're contemplating here, so if
And
there's some way we could,
so keep that in mind, keep overtime in mind. Like, how do you control overtime, or how do you pay overtime, or does this count toward hours worked? Does it, you know, all that sort of thing is just really, there's a lot of complex little parts to it that.
I'm thinking how it affects overtime, doesn't it? Because
Well, I don't know.
it's just, if Jeremy's supposed to be at work, and I'm getting off on his station, but I decide, no, Jeremy, I don't want you to come in today, I know you're having trouble, you need this or that. I'm just gonna work for you, it created no more overtime. You might have created,
Well,
I might have been able to work overtime and didn't work overtime, but I'm working.
well, so you would not get credit for the overtime, would
No.
he? Because
No.
his shift was covered.
No, it's
Kind of like an
even swap. I
administrative
mean,
sort of leave sort of
instead
thing.
of him
Yeah, so-
showing up, I'm showing up.
And I'm
there's
sure
no
there's
difference.
ways to work through it, I'm just saying we need to, there's a lot of parts that need to be kind of.
Well, there's no
thought through. And I'm
overtime
sure
involved,
there's
it's an even swap, voluntary swap. Instead of him showing up, I'm showing up. I'm literally, in my example, it's probably the example you'd have is, I'm gonna work a 48 because Jeremy needs to shift off for some reason, I'm going to do that for him.
Right, so keep in mind, you know, the city is stuck to working at our sufferance, so you can call it voluntary, but we're kind of still stuck with overtime laws. So there's some,
That doesn't affect overtime.
We already have trades right now to where I can work for Jeremy one day and he works for me another day. That's already something we do. This is just saying, hey, Jeremy, you're taking a day off, I'm working for you. There's no pay for me. You're just not gonna pay me back.
yeah, and so I know there's FLSA exceptions for firefighters. I just don't know that this falls into it like another sort of trade would, or how, you know, how exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you
So we
need
just
to
need to
maybe
cross all
talk to
the
someone you
T's
trust
and
more than
dot's.
us, but it doesn't create an
And
overtime.
my understanding is I think FLSA is silent on it, and something some case law has said that because it's silent on it, one-way trades are allowed.
We do two-way trades all the time, it's the same thing, except it's a one-way trade.
I'm just,
You know,
it
and
just-
it is, I think you know it is,
Yeah,
it
it's
is
just a lot.
acceptable under Fair Labor Standards Act, or contemplated within the act.
And I guess also some of the like hypotheticals that we've been discussing, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that some of these catastrophic situations that you just mentioned, Jeremy, those do get covered, those are accommodated in some way, already.
So let me give you an example, I guess, of when I worked one for somebody in my old department. Alright, so you have catastrophic leave, which is, hey, I've got this terrible injury and I'm gonna be off for 5 months, I don't have enough sick leave. Right, so some people donate this stuff and I can be off. But what it doesn't do is there's one-off events or these unpredictable life events. So where I worked one for my person in my old department, she was going through a terrible custody battle. Right, he needs to be off the court. There's no vacation, that's not a proper use of sick leave. Right, he's not in a position to pay back a trade because this whole thing with his custody battle is what his schedule is, right? So he can't go work at 48 now. And so what some of us did was just, yeah, we'll work a trade for you. I'll work for you this shift so you can be off. I'm just helping you out. Right, he didn't pay me any cash. He's just a buddy of mine. I want to help him in a bad situation. Right, and I certainly understand your concerns. These have been in the news, right? That's why
Yeah.
there was, you know, you try to put some limitations on it because they have been abused. There's just been, I think, probably 3 times since I've been here in the Austin Fire Department that there's been situations where, hey, I'd like to work with one of my trade for this person, and it hasn't been allowed. Right? Or maybe the person doesn't even want to get approval from the chief because it's a private issue, right? That people would like to be able to handle in-house.
Okay.
And, you know, I think you do further checking to assure yourself, sir, there's no overtime involved in this. The only overtime impact might be is that I might have signed up for overtime as a volunteer, and now I'm working for Jeremy, but it's not costing extra overtime to do it.
Okay, section 4, again, this is one we discussed a lot internally, and really I think it's, we all think that this is great of y'all to be thinking like this, right, you know, but then we started looking into just sort of the legalities of it and just, you know, opening the door for sort of discrimination for the city, because adding this extra language, so we could kind of dive into other discriminatory issues. And so you'll see here our footnote here, due to concerted regarding discriminatory practices and current generous policies already in place. And so, we started kind of having our own hypotheticals with this as well, right? So 4 months additional maternity leave will be granted to operations firefighters who are recovering from childbirth. And then we started kind of looking at other hypothetical situations of, adoptive parents, or maybe a female with, who's not given birth, but who has some medical need to maybe be out for a little while longer. And so we already have in place, PDA, which is Pregnancy Discrimination Act. We have Title VII. We have Americans with Disability Act, and then we already have the parental leave program that the city of Austin currently has for, family leave, basically, for, bonding, for adoptions, and actual giving childbirth. And so in the event that a female needs recovery from childbirth, then we'll go through like the interactive process of whether we can accommodate that person. So, and that language is already in there in A, right? How much time?
17.
17?
17 minutes?
Yeah.
Per second.
That language is already.
I've got 3 articles.
That language is already in there in A, right? They are kind of legal obligation to accommodate, just not just females who are pregnant, but other disabilities or adopted parents, or somebody who has had a heart attack maybe needs some extra time to do that. And so we don't want to run afoul of current federal and state law in that regard. I think
state law?
Well, Chapter 21 of the Texas Labor Code in terms of discrimination for just.
But the Supreme Court would overrule that, right? The Supreme Court had a ruling on this exact sort of incident.
The Supreme Court of the United States?
Yes.
I don't know what the Supreme Court of the United States will do, but.
Because we got if you don't mind, I put up this letter real quick we gave to Joya in August 12th on this exact case, and this is settled case law from the Supreme Court for some time. And what it says, I think, is interesting.
Zoom in and enhance it.
Yeah, if I can, I will. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Yeah, I can.
I think we're watching TV, just say enhance.
So this came up when we started trying to do this before, and so Matt, who's a little wordy sometimes, wrote this opinion letter for us and talks about this Title VII case law that the Supreme Court ruled on some time ago, and it seems to clear this up exactly. It says a floor beneath which pregnancy is, first of all, it's not a gender issue the way it's written up in this case law, and the Supreme Court rejected the position that Title VII does not prohibit preferential treatment of pregnancy, and it goes on to say, establish a floor beneath which pregnancy disability benefits may not stop, not a ceiling above which they may not rise. And so what this, I can send this to you, but it's pretty definitive case law that this is absolutely legal.
Can you move him?
Sure. And so what it basically says, it's not a gender issue, it's an issue of somebody who has a condition of pregnancy.
In the top it said childbirth, what did it say? Invisible.
What do you want me, am I going too far?
Well, just a little bit. Yeah, I would like to read it, but it says.
Yeah, I can send it to you.
Pregnancy,
And I
childbirth.
think the best thing to do is send it to you.
Or related medical conditions, yeah. And I think, I guess, our position is that we're obviously very sympathetic to that, and, people are, just different, every woman is different, every pregnancy is different, everything would be looked at on a case-by-case basis, because that's what we're legally obligated to do,
Yeah,
right?
and so I appreciate the discussion you guys had in this, because I had the same discussion earlier last year. And I was, like I told several female firefighters, I'm embarrassed. I've been a union president for 11 years at that time. I didn't realize what female firefighters are going through when they're pregnant. You may not realize what they're going through, but to be a firefighter is a very physically demanding job. To recover from pregnancy is bad enough, to get back into fighting shape. A good percentage of our females are taking leave without pay to do it. They're taking leave without pay, which affects their paycheck, It affects their seniority. You know, and then what they do is they have to make choices where maybe they go back a little sooner than they want to, kind of managing that risk, right, when they really shouldn't be. And so when I told Chief Baker about this, he was really excited about it. He goes, this is game-changing stuff. We need to do it. And so what I did was I went to council, and because I went to Ray first, and Ray and Spencer said no. And for whatever reason, that's fine. So I went to council. This is what I was trying to get done. And instead we got the parental leave, which I wasn't even going for. I was going for this, you know, and what it came down to in the discussion was, it seemed like, I love Joya, you know, I really do. I think she's one of the greatest, you know, besides Renell, one of the greatest bureaucrats, administrator, I said, I mean, that in the nicest sense.
I see my name wasn't dropped.
Yeah. Well, you know, I have so much bandwidth, you know, but it's very high standards. It's not that you're not good, it's very high standards. But, man, her staff was great, and what it turned into an issue, in my opinion, of complication, because they realized line workers, the female probably needed this too, and other people needed it, right? And so it became so complicated. I think she made the right call, and she moved on with what was easier, which was the parental leave, and kind of left this up to negotiations. This is a really important issue for us. I can bring in women that would be happy to talk about their experiences. I can get them on Zoom. I think you'll be very surprised on what female
The thing is, I don't disagree with this, especially this last line here, right? If leave is provided to provide time to care for and bond with newborn, then Title VII requires the benefit to extend to all parents, right? If, however, leave given to biological mothers is granted due to physical trauma they sustain giving birth, that's kind of a different question, right? That's like the physical trauma of giving birth, not different than like a heart attack or something along those lines, right? And so I think this has been productive, but that's what we're trying.
But the costs are really low too, just so you know. So the costs, and you know, maybe you guys have learned something since we started doing this before, but we have, I mean, right now, we have an even trend line, which we like, right? 2 cases a year for the last 5 years of Austin firefighters who are pregnant. You may not really know this, but I think we're down a little bit. We were up to 91 females at one time. I think we might have dropped 1 or 2 recently. That's the second highest of any major department in the nation. San Francisco is the only one that has more. And the beautiful thing about this grand hiring process we help create together is that women have perfect parity in our process, not just less within 20%, every perfect parity.
Yeah, this would be a great recruitment tool. I mean, I think we all agree with that.
Yeah, and a lot of our women say, you know, a lot of our women recruiters, right? And they're not glad about the women. They said, this is one thing we can't lie to them about. It's gonna be tough in childbearing years. So if we're gonna support women in the fire service, which I believe we should, I think it's been a great asset to the fire service, especially in Austin. We gotta support that diversity, and if it's legal and it's cheap. So when you're looking at a backfill for 4 months, right? I mean, even if you include the cost of the parental leave in there too, it's a little over $100,000 a year. If you're looking at 2 cases a year. Now, if it goes to 4 cases, it goes up 6 cases. But right now, for the last 5 years, it's been pretty steady at 2 a year. This is in my mind, it's a no-brainer. But I've been through so many discussions with females. To me, it just seems like this is the thing we got to do.
Yeah, send this to us. We will forward it to our legal department. Obviously, as you know, we don't take legal advice from Matt, but we'll be happy to have our.
We'll be happy to forward it again. So.
Yeah, all these attorneys at these tables have to send it on to our own legal department.
And I thought the same thing, just from the little bit of knowledge I have in Title VII. It seemed like a race-based or a gender-based sort of thing, but apparently it's being looked at a little different here. So.
Yeah. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different laws that kind of come into play. And then I guess my understanding too.
So we can get that one like in the back quick, right? Get the determination.
And I guess my understanding too is that there is a current parental leave policy that the city has that applies to the fire department.
Yeah. And, you know, the fire department's been great. I'm not saying that.
And I think the plan is that it's going to move from 6 weeks on. Is that correct? Right?
There's Renell would know better than me, so I'm not going to comment on it. I'll believe her, whatever she says. I think she's probably right. But there was some hobbling together of different leaves to try to make it extend. And I believe they were able to do that to some degree. Now, there were some female firefighters that refuted that to some degree, and some of the leaves they were using, they had some, we could bring them in. They're very knowledgeable on this subject. They've become real knowledgeable on the subject. But they felt it wasn't quite as like it should be, and they had some really good reasons, but I can't articulate very well. be happy to, and I know they'd be happy to talk if y'all would wanna hear that. But I think if we're looking at 4 months, and you could even put some limits on it if you wanted to by saying, you know, that every 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they should go to the wellness center and see if it should be extended. So maybe it's not just 4 months, maybe there's some limits or some controls we can put on that. But I think you'll find that 4 months is a pretty good number for most women to fully recover.
And if I could just ask a question, the arguments that I'm hearing, the counter arguments are, why isn't modified duty good enough for that recovery time? Why couldn't it be? And, you know, this is not reflective of Vernell's perspective, it's just
Right.
from here. To be clear, you know, there's a lot of modified duty that happens on the front end for pregnant females, and then on the back end, you know, continuing that same modified assignment after the parental leave is over for the additional recovery time, even adjusting the modified assignment to include workout time. So what is the description from the women that are experiencing this as to why that's not a good option?
I'd be happy to, yeah, I think, and really, it wouldn't be much to get them on a Zoom meeting real quick and.
We trust you, if you just go.
Or we could ask them
You can just
themselves.
gather up some response of why modified duty is not doing it, not sufficient in that situation.
And it's, you know, to be fair, the parental leave has been great, you know, it's helped a long way. And to be fair, the department, I think, has been over backwards for the most part, from what I've heard on the front end of the pregnancy, where they allow women to get off the truck when they want to, and not force them, but when they want to, and they take care of it. So we're not talking about like, there's a terrible program in AFD. We're just trying to fit in that last piece, where now our women recruiters can go out and say, man, this is a great job to have if you're a female. And that's what we're hoping to do.
Okay, Tom. 15%.
Well, that's basically
Talk.
all we have, we can,
We could do the Oh, we could, we gave them on the 20th, we haven't, we presented it.
Do y'all need a walkthrough on those two both? We presented, we gave y'all.
On hiring promotions and civilian employees.
I'm sorry, what?
The hiring promotions and civilian employees, we gave you on the 28th.
Yeah, we'd like to have you present it if you could, yeah.
I have a volunteer already that would love to come talk to y'all. She just texted me.
well, y'all are the designated bargaining team, we'll let y'all
What do you got?
speak.
Cindy, hi.
Yeah. We'll let y'all speak for your members.
I think it'd be really good for y'all to hear from them because it was from me, that's all I'm saying. I mean,
Sandy a little bit, so, you know, from my perspective, I was trying to give maybe back a couple of years too. So I kind of know Sandy's perspective, but let's get some broader name.
Well, and I don't know that we need to hear from anybody until we hear back from our legal team having reviewed what you're giving us.
Sure.
Yeah, I think
Because if the answer's no, you know, it's not like we're not sympathetic, I have kids, you know, I get it, but.
No, moms over here.
But I never,
I
but I
know you're
understand
talking
if
about it,
it gets
you're
to the
asking all
point
the right
where it's,
questions, you
if
know?
it gets to the point where they say, oh, you can do it, but should we do it? Versus if we disagree with that legal opinion, then that's kind of, you know, a different
We'll
question.
see that legal thing and see what y'all think, you know?
Yeah, but I think some of Joy's concerns, you know, you're not gonna be shocked, are some of the city's concerns, which is an issue of fairness. You know, we have physically demanding jobs in public works, AE, and a lot of other places. And we feel like a good middle ground is the, you know, modified duty status that we offer, not just firefighters, but also civilians. We feel like that's a good middle ground, while folks recover from whatever they have, you know, be it childbirth, injury, whatever. You know, we feel like we've done a good job of offering that modified duty. It's not ideal, you know, because modified duty on police maybe requires you to come in 5 days a week, four shifts of 10. On EMS, it requires you to work maybe in a staff position, just like in fire as well. That's not the preferred you know, schedule that the employees are looking for, but we feel like it's a good, you know, meet the employees halfway while addressing our concerns as well of, you know, trying to ensure some semblance of fairness throughout the city. And I know you're doing your job of looking out for your firefighters, but we're also looking at a global perspective, in addition to whatever legal concerns there are, you know, because I'm sure.
I think it'd be good to listen to the women that had the experience and see if it might alter your opinion some. It certainly did mine. So.
I mean, I was on the call with, when we did it right before the Brennan League with Joya, and, I think I did the one with y'all and with, EMS, and enjoyed it. I was not able to do it with police, Joya did it with police, but, okay.
I mean, you know, if you want, and that's this last thing, I know, police, they said they wanted to get, I think, was it 30% by year 2030, women in the police force? And, you know, that's a laudable number, you know, and I think they can do it. We can literally do it so easily if we can enhance our benefits to our females just a little bit. And the reason is, if we have 60% females apply, 16 or 70% will get in. If we have 20% apply, 20 to 22% will get. They actually do better than the most successful group. They are the most successful group in our hiring process right now. I mean, it's all a recruiting function. Once you get your selection procedures tuned like that, it's only a recruiting function up to that point. And so whatever we can do, I mean, we're talking about $100,000 a year starting off to be able to recruit female firefighters with that sort of benefit. You know, now we're not talking about money anymore. We're talking about why aren't we doing it, right? Because it's not even a big cost. So I'll stop talking about it, but I think it is worth further discussion.
Yeah, you're right, Ken.
Let's cut it off, okay? Let's cut it off.
Where are we at?
Oh, are we still going, Tim? All right, like you know, Josh Money.
Yo, you go Tim, that's fine.
Yeah.
But mine's not, so cut it off.
I think the first change is in section 7.
What time did you get yours going? When did it finally come online? Who knows, huh?
I'm recording. I'm not streaming.
Oh yeah, he's just recording it, because our Wi-Fi is acting up, so that's what it's supposed to do.
First change is section 7. Okay. So here, I think y'all's proposal is to take the civil service exam. So we added some language here. The firefighters wishing to promote can still take the exam. So the original language had, they can't take the exam unless they have the specific training. And so here, we'll let them take the exam, but then when it comes time for the chief to actually promote the individual, at that point in time, then they should have that relief driver certification at the time of promotion. Firefighters who do not have the required certification, this is kind of new to y'all, I don't think we discussed this at all. But firefighters who do not have the required certification at the time of promotion will be bypassed, and this bypass will be considered a valid reason. So if they don't have the certification,
Well, you're sort of in the right place. They have heard all of this. What we did here to change this is this last sentence, which goes on to the next page. We added back in because we were concerned that we had taken that out.
Oh, yeah.
So the rest is what you did from us last time. So it's half on this page.
This language in black.
The language in black we had taken out. And
We had deleted that originally, and you were concerned that
I'm trying to.
No, that's okay. So we have added that back in. That's the only change from last
Okay.
time. So, because I know there was
So
concern with that.
if I could, and if you don't want me to, that's fine.
Go ahead.
We worked up some other language on this that you might be agreeable to, that I can show you right now.
Sure.
That's okay.
Let's go ahead and switch. This is more like IDV too.
So what we're doing on this is we're doing the same thing you did, except we're saying that the person will be basically their name will remain on the eligibility list until they finish the relief driver course. So I think this satisfies all of our interests because the person can sit for the exam, they can take the exam, they won't be promoted until they finish the course. Of course, the department can order the person to take the course. That's the opportunity, right? And then when they take the course, at that point they can be promoted.
We move up just a touch.
Oh, work?
Yeah, I just.
Hey guys, in the interest of time, Bob's explained it, you can email it to us.
Sure.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of lay it out real quick.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
It adds to your language, I
Yeah.
think it adds something that might get us to where we need to be.
Okay. You can flip back to us, Bob, we can
Yeah, absolutely.
maybe speak through the.
It's just gonna help me when I lay out my article.
Well, it actually indicates we're probably closer than I think, than I thought. And here, this is, I think we've already walked through this, that we're asking for division chiefs to be appointed.
So what's the reason for that? What's the interest that we're trying to satisfy there? Because I'm looking at a span of control within the command center. It doesn't seem to be like there's a gigantic span of control we're trying to fix.
Well, I think my understanding is, and I may be getting confused with another chief, but my understanding is the chief views the ACs and the DCs as part of his executive team, his or her executive team. And for the same reason that most are appointed, the chief would like all to be appointed. And that's not true of the other ranks, but this, what the rationale that we gave you, whatever, a decade plus ago, to ask for division chiefs to be appointed at a certain number, it's the same rationale for why we would like the entire rank to be appointed. And I think at the time it was.
That's a statement of fact, but why does that matter? I guess what is the interest he's trying to satisfy? Just that he wants blind loyalty, or that he doesn't think a test is good enough, or, I mean, I don't quite understand what the interest he's trying to accomplish. And plus, right now, it does not exceed 15, we only have 13 now. We have 3 DCs they're tested, and there's 10 appointed. So it's not exactly what you're saying. I mean, we're not just saying that we want those 3 to be appointed. We're saying you want unlimited appointments to all ranks, or DC or AC. It seems to be quite an expansion. I'm just wondering why.
We'll get Chief Lars to better explain than I did.
This goes in line with the appointments that we just discussed. And really, section 3 is more just, it doesn't really change anything substantive. It just kind of reorganizes it a little bit. If you see that it does change something substantive, that's certainly not our intent. We're just trying to just parse
No, I understand. Yeah, we've gone back and forth on this, trying to remove and put back this language.
And then 4, I think this is the current practice, the current intent. We just made it a little more clear as far as the back pay and the appointments.
Oh, this is kind of a compromise between our earlier versions of it, and we think you'll agree to this, but. maybe not.
Right.
No?
I think we made the compromise and said it wouldn't be tested, that it'd be a ship commander. But we still feel very strongly, our membership feels very strongly from our surveys, that a minimum of 2 years experience as an operation battalion chief, not a safety chief, but actually a person operating, is being operations is important. In fact, we think 2 years is not enough time. That was a stretch to get down to 2 years. And I don't know why anybody would want to change that, because we're talking about the person that's in charge of the entire city of Austin. And the worst catastrophe at any time, and we're saying we want to limit the experience on that person. Our membership shows 80% of our members do not want that to happen for any way, shape, or form. And I don't know why anybody would. And we had a big grievance over this, and And we discussed this ad nauseum, and I think 2009, we came with that original language. We agree that this whole thing about the DC can be tested or have experience, that never made sense. And so we're willing to strike that piece, but,
Okay, so the operations in where that's deleted is your issue with this?
yeah, and it'll just say experience in, we put operations back in the battalion chief.
All right, let us look at that again.
And we just think that's very important. In fact, you know, the firefighters do too.
Okay.
So. And you know, we look back, we had the grievance, we look back at the tapes like, you know, we do. And you guys do too, of course. And yeah, it was talked extensively, you know. And that's kind of an example of like, we call it trying to claw back something that was a big part of the bargain from years ago. And we're just, whenever that occurs, it's going to be, there needs to be a good reason to do it for us to say yes to it. It's just, it seems like that's settled, kind of like settled contract language, and we're going back and trying to re-engage it and change it. And it's just, that's going to be hard for us.
Yeah, we had some discussion with Chief Byers about that, and I think our intent was really to try to streamline things a little bit more. If that's not how y'all are seeing it, we'll go back and we'll talk.
Okay.
That was one of our big changes.
Yeah, we thought it would be fairly minor. It sounds like it's not. This is still kind of a conceptual discussion that we would like to have with y'all. We just had a meeting with APA about the probationary status, and I know that I think you verbalized some reasons, some very specific reasons to PD why they wanted the promotion, the probationary status for commanders. So we would still like to discuss this. Now, the last negotiation session that we had with APA, there were a significant amount of changes on it, so we're not obviously married to the specific language. But we would, I guess, we would still like to continue to have discussions on this concept, or are you guys just adamantly opposed to having anything like this?
We're pretty opposed to it, but we're willing, we've shown this, to discuss anything. But yeah, I mean, I think it has a lot of problems to get around in order for us to seriously consider it. One of the problems is, you know, you're talking about a performance, a memorandum of performance expectations. And I've already asked this question, and none exist, right? We don't have one.
Yeah, and we would have to create that, but that was also one of the things that we changed in the language in the current APA contract. So,
and you know, in the end, one of the biggest problems I have with this, I think, flies in the face of civil service law in general. Is civil service law, in my opinion, contemplates this notion that people make mistakes, and people need to be held accountable for mistakes. And there's checks and balances to make sure those mistakes are kind of brokered. So, you know, if I make a mistake, or the chief makes a mistake, you know, the chief is just as irrational as any other creature on the planet, right? Rational and irrational. So the chief looks at this battalion chief, and he's biased in his decision making, which all people happen to be, right? And he makes a mistake, and he thinks this person just isn't worth being a battalion chief. So he demotes him. We're giving, through this article, absolute purview with no appeal for the chief to make that decision.
Yeah, so that's actually one of the things that we have completely revamped.
Really?
From the original proposal.
Okay, well, that would be.
Now it's a committee, so I think we're almost in agreement. I don't know. What we propose is basically.
Why don't we give you the current on the table public document that APA has from us right now?
Okay.
So you can take a look at it, because it's quite different than this. We just wanted to keep this on the table conceptually, because we have more things so much in the police.
Well, that's a big problem I have with this. Now, the concept that all of you're promoted but you're not, I have some issue with. I think most people would, but the fact that a person can decide.
Yeah, the current proposal has it to where the chief doesn't do the demoting. The chief does a referral to a committee made up of people in the department, and it's like it's specified as to who appoints them, et cetera, et cetera. So I can give you what we have on the table right now. It's quite different than it originally was.
Okay, we'll email that to you.
And what is the rank, sorry, real quick, you have it applying to battalion chiefs here, what is the rank in APD? Commander?
Yeah.
So that's the first non-appointed rank in PD, so we wanted to try to do that for the first.
Do they have 2 appointed ranks above that?
They have one, they have
They
these.
have 1, okay.
I'm just not exactly sure what it accomplishes, but I'm happy to look at.
Well, I think, you know, you expressed one of the benefits of civil service, right, is that it takes, I can't remember exactly your words, but basically it takes some bias and, opinions out of a promotional system. And I think one of the drawbacks in civil service, came from, you know, management has always believed this, obviously, but this actually came from the police union as well, is that sometimes folks can score really well on the test, but not exactly have the qualifications for that leadership capacity. And so what we're trying to do is bridge those 2 issues and protect employees' rights, but at the same time, find folks who are qualified. Because from the police side, at least, some of the things we heard is, you know, the employees themselves wanted to make sure their supervisors were folks that, you know, were of leadership quality that could actually, you know, were qualified not just by the test taking exam and by the assessment center, but actually could, you know, perform in the job. And so what we're trying to do is meet those 2 interests halfway, you know. So, but you'll see, when we send you the police one, just delete commander and put in battalion chief and then tell me what you think. It's fundamentally different.
But see, that's part of the reason why they want it is they have people within their ranks saying they need it, right? I mean, they're saying, hey, we need this because it's such an important position. We just can't have somebody taking this to the test. We don't have that happen with our organization. We don't have people coming to me and saying, hey, we need to make sure the battalion chiefs are demoted if they're not good enough. Nobody's saying that. So again, what are we trying to solve here? You know, we've got good professional development programs in every rank. We've had them for some time now. When I talked to one of the APD commanders who was actually promoting this, he said a lot of it was, and I don't want to mischaracterize what he said, I don't think I am, a lot of it is because they don't have good professional development on every rank, and they've been trying to get it. They have more generalized, and I might send them off to FBI, but as far as localized, good training, and this is a way to do it. We already have that problem solved. So this is a major departure on a very important promotional rank where it doesn't seem to be a need for professional development reasons, and we don't hear this organic, you know, voice from our membership saying we need to have this, kind of like what's happening in APD. So I'm just kind of concerned that we're solving a problem that's not there, you know. And you know, I'm willing to look with clear eyes on what you guys want to send over. I really am, but I'm just expressing all my concerns.
Yeah. This may just be one you have to send, and we'll explain on Friday and see what matters. If you do it quickly, we're at 14.
That's plenty of time.
Going on 2%.
I'm wrong. This is 7. Okay. Section A. Here, I think this is just more legalese. That doesn't change anything. This is currently, you know, for the city's need and flexibility. The hiring program is typically something that would not be in the contract, but we are agreeing to it, and therefore we're agreeing to it as pertained in this article. That's essentially what it says. If there's any heartburn about it, let us know. I think we've already discussed that a little bit.
So this is kind of close to your first proposal.
Not quite, no.
Okay.
No. So we
But
had
the first paragraph is.
The first paragraph is.
Which implies that, you know, the city is going to take over the hiring process and do with the hiring process pretty much whatever they want to.
No.
Okay.
No.
Wait. Well, let me hear what you have to say. I'm sorry.
It's a preamble, right?
It's just a preamble. I like that, Jeremy. So we had originally proposed C, and that was our attempt to just take full control over it. We are striking that, okay?
Okay.
We will still have an HPOC. So C and D we are striking. So we had originally, in our original proposal, struck B entirely. So we are fine with having a committee. You'll see that is left in there. We just removed consent agreement language, which I believe was also part of y'all's proposal as well.
I didn't notice this when you sent this over. I'm sorry.
hopefully, well, if I sent the wrong one, please let me know.
No, I think you said the right one, I just didn't.
Now.
It's not seeing what I thought I was gonna see instead of what it was.
Seeing things, yeah. And so in the three, oh gosh. So here, and then, and you kind of mentioned this earlier in the day too, about our issue really is with the vendor criterion. And so if the HPOC committee wants to use these types of criteria, they can. We would just like that to be part of what the committee is going to decide on their own, so.
Go back up to one for a second.
Oh, yeah.
So one, which is unchanged language, the very first sentence says exactly what the HPOC is supposed to do. Assist in the selection of a third-party hiring process vendor or vendors and in the development of the hiring selection process. So that's all remains the same, just the consent decree was and all the makeup of the committee is the same. It kind of goes back to
Yeah, the makeup of the committee is the same, and so if we're having, and so I think taking it out of the contract, right, so taking,
okay, sorry, go back up to 2. Okay, and here's what they do for the vendor selection still. Okay, identify the criteria to be used in selecting a third-party vendor, assist the purchasing department in the development of the RFP, and then the HPOC will endeavor to reach consensus on a recommendation on the scope of the work, development of the RFP, and the selection of the recommended vendor. So those are like the kind of 3 key things that they're there for and make the recommendations on. Those are all unchanged.
right. And so, no, it's okay, I was trying to rush through it only because the 14% is making me feel rushed. But, they can choose to use these type of, criteria if the committee still wants to, but I also think that if we do have issues, kind of what we had addressed with y'all a few weeks ago, that there's some leeway there to change it, and the committee can do what's already outlined in 1 and 2. So that's our real issue with the HVAC.
Okay, so do you know where this criteria came from?
As far as I know.
Well, it's been a long process coming out of the consent decree
Yeah.
over many years that you guys have been working on it.
Many thousands of dollars spent with experts developing criteria that are professional criteria to make sure that we get a diverse workforce that's capable. And so, this is highly vetted and very, very accepted premises within the industry. And so to strike those and let people that are essentially lay people decide what the criteria should be, does not sound like a great idea to me. So why would you want to strike criteria that was developed with that much effort and money and basically, time?
The committee can still use the criteria. The committee can still use whatever best practices that.
Or not.
I think there should also be, I think our position is there should be a little leeway here because we're having vendors not want to even submit, due to some of the requirements here. Like, this is one way we feel like maybe we could resolve this. We're not trying to get rid of the HPOC. We kind of felt like 1 and 2 give that leeway to use what we've been using. And I'm not saying that the committee will even make a change, but the leeway there to make changes, so that way we can still get the best folks in compliance with Title VII. That's our interest there, so.
Yeah, I just quick comment, I mean, again, this is professional standards that are pretty accepted in the industry. If a vendor does not want to follow professional standards, then I would suggest that they're probably not doing things the way they should be. And that's why we have spent so much time and money on developing a set of professionals, and this is highly negotiated. We had experts on both sides working on it. If you can point to some piece of data there that you don't think is an industry standard that we need to eliminate, or at least not make a de facto, not make it an option, make it a requirement, let's point to it and let's talk about it. But I don't know what that would be.
Let me give an example of something you and I talked about before when this was put in there. Can you
Yeah, that's
bring it
fine.
up?
I'm not
It's
going to
just
say
an
more than that.
example. Yeah. it's just an example. But
Now, we wanna talk about how big the candidate pool should be, and this stuff, to me, is all interest we could talk about, you know?
you go up to the .28 on the validation study.
2A.
Which isn't in this section, but it's in a similar section, I think. Maybe they should go all the way through it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's further down, it's in C.
It's in C.
C2B.
I'll let Renell do her example.
Go ahead.
Yes, pass.
You just asked, sorry. So we've talked about when we received a lot of those descriptions of the best case scenario, whether we would be able to accept someone with a 0.29 or a point, you know, a 0.30, if we would allow for that Pearson correlation coefficient to deviate from the 0.28. And I think part of what this is, and some of the vendors, those emails that were provided earlier, said that on the front end of submitting a proposal, they didn't want to have to go into that level of detail in terms of them doing their business, that had gotten too detailed in terms of all the things we asked to compile in an application. Doesn't mean we wouldn't expect that of a vendor as we move forward through the vetting process. But when we write it in this way, we felt last time compelled to put it in the request for proposals almost verbatim. So that is an example of how the HPOC would still have the ability to sort of police those standards without them being in this agreement to the degree that we feel compelled to put them in a request for proposals. And that's the link back to the vendors being reticent to apply.
Okay, well,
And I take it you're working on this article as well.
Yes.
So I don't know, it doesn't sound like we're on the same page about things.
Well, I
but-
mean, we believe, just generally speaking, we think this is what we call a big clawback. You know, we feel like we spent a lot of time on both sides on this. We think we've reached a good place, and we want to talk about specific things, and that's one thing. And they're talking about major changes like what we're seeing here is something different. So our counter will reflect something quite different. Now, I do think there's something in the counter that you're going to find intriguing and actually help you on a level, on a real level, in terms of getting the process done quicker and staffing done faster and all that sort of thing. And it's something that doesn't seem to be contemplated here, so maybe we're wrong, but we believe it's kind of a little bit novel, and we believe it's legal. We've had our federal attorneys look at it, and they think it's fine. So I just wanted to throw a little seed out there. You know, we are thinking about these interests also.
Yeah.
Here,
That exception just refers to the alternate training academy. As far as the training is, no, it's not anybody. We may have cleaned it up a little bit.
but yeah, I don't think this is changing the last one. D, association participation and confidentiality. I think our position here is that, this was all kind of part of the consent decree language. We still have the committee. And this was a way to get information in regards to forming this committee, made available to the HPOC. So I think our position here is this is not.
What section is it in?
This is section D.
Okay. And you believe that striking is all consent decree language?
And just not really necessary any longer?
All right, let's take a look at it.
Yeah, it looks like information that was sent back after they reviewed prior to getting sent in under the consent decree.
I mean, some of it, I don't think I'd agree with, but I'll take a look at it.
Okay. Section 2, I believe, was something that both agree can be struck.
Yeah. Sounds pretty stuff for sure.
So, and then when we were going over this earlier today, you can see a highlight here on our page. It's not highlighted on yours because that needs to be struck because we struck. We didn't want to like send review a document that doesn't have the same changes. So we can clean this bit up, and all I'm going to take out is and 2, and we'll send it back to them.
I mean, let me just ask you real quick, so like instead of striking like all the vendor stuff, can we talk about at some point loosening up the requirements rather than just striking them all? Or is that just something y'all feel very strongly about, that hey, we just need to get rid of all the vendor requirements? The HPOC, I think what you're saying, HPOC still has some say in it, so let's just get rid of these altogether.
I mean, I think we're willing to discuss all of that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good.
And really our interest is not to claw back or anything like that, but it seems that that language has caused some issues, with our vendors. And so
And if it does, we want to meet that. We want to meet that interest. It's really caused issues that are causing us to not get the vendors we need or whatever. I think there's ways to loosen that part up if our experience shows that.
Lack of eligibility list.
That's your last language we accepted.
Yeah, this is where we have an idea. I don't know if you'd be willing to share it now or you want to share it later.
I thought this was.
It's on the eligibility part.
This is where your novel idea is?
Yes.
In addition to what you already have changed here.
So this is part of it. So a new hiring process may be started, a new eligibility list may be created during the life of an existing eligibility list, but no candidate may be hired from the new eligibility list until the earlier eligibility list is exhausted. But there's something else we contemplated we wanted to propose, if that's, would you rather just do it another time?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, let's hear it now since we're talking about it.
It's okay to switch over?
Yeah, switch over.
So we think this is legal, although I didn't think it was at first. But we had our attorneys look at it, and I'd be happy to have you all visit with them. But so what we're trying to do is, one of the problems we're having is that we don't know. It's like we talked about earlier, when you do a hiring process, you don't know what the result's going to be until it's over. You can do little incremental things to make it better, but you don't know how long the list should be, really, because what you do is you try to determine this area of this area of eligibility. And that's actually a legal thing you can do. And what the HPOC team does through analysis, we go, you know what, at 350, there's really no adverse impact. So we're going to hire for 350. But the problem is that 350 might be exhausted in year 1 and you have a 2-year list. So I talked to our federal attorney about this. He's the one that helped us, I think in 2015, get some of this done. And he looked into it and he said, this is what you could do. You could basically base the eligibility list on this number that the HPOC creates and the chief accepts. And so that way, what would happen is, like if you go to 400 and we know that, okay, 400 is probably going to take us 9 months, let's just say for an example. Well, we can start another process concurrently, as long as we're hiring off of that, and the list becomes exhausted not on a date, but on that number. And so I said, that sounds like a race-based decision. That sounds like a Title VII violation to me. But he goes, no, it's not, because it actually helps the validity of the process. And I know that's novel. I think it'd be happy to have
Let me
you
just ask
visit.
a quick question. So, based on the needs of the department, is it in conjunction with the recommendation from the vendor as to how deep that list is valid?
I mean, Renell and I both been involved with that. The HPOC kind of tries to make a determination. The chief has a final say in it, but yeah, the vendor helps too. And then we pick this number, and this has been a standard practice for us for a while.
Post-test.
Pardon me?
Post-test.
Yes. And so it's been a common practice. We're just trying to use that practice also to determine the end of the eligibility list. I believe if you talk with Renell and Byers, they would agree that if we could do this, it would really create a more efficient process. We don't have any lag time between processes then. And then we could really get caught up on our vacancies, and it would help over time. It would help all kinds of different areas. So we would love to explore that further with you to see if you feel the same way we do about it.
Yeah, we will look at that once you send that language over. It's all the same until you get to 7. I mean, the same as it was last time.
Yeah, it's just like clean up alternate training academy, alternate training. And then the internship program, I don't think we changed.
I think that's the same as last time.
It's the same as today.
Yeah, and, we're probably gonna have some trouble with that, but we'll get back to your response. And it's the same thing as before. We put it in the contract without extracting any sort of concessions. We thought it was the right thing to do. I think council was interested. I think this was 5 years ago now, the chief's interested, and nothing happened, and we had 5 years to think about it, the local process. And now we want to write the contract, the chief can just do it. And that we have a little problem with that, I mean, it's so important in 5 years, why don't we do it?
Well, I think to be fair though, Bob, I think what we asked for before, I wasn't here in 17, but before that, what we wanted was, I think, and deployment, right? One of the statements you kept making was, we want this article to mean something. Well, we want the internship program to mean something. Go through the internship program, but then you're throwing in with the other 3,000 applicants without any sort of credit for the fact that you've been doing AFD stuff for a while. You know how the city of Austin works. We don't think that really benefits the intern in any way. So that's
not what we contemplated at all.
I know, but I'm saying in the contract, right? It doesn't give them any leg up. Police and EMS say you're at the top of the list. We didn't ask, we didn't get that. I don't know what was all discussed in 17.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the language. It says you can have an internship program. There's nothing in there that says, and if you successfully complete it, this is how it benefits you to getting into AFD. So that's what we're trying to do with the points is, we want this to mean something.
Well, if you go back to the tapes, you'll see it was talking about quite a bit. And what we talked about was, we could negotiate a deal, we probably don't agree with contract, to do something that would incentivize. And we talked to our friends at council, and they were very interested in it. And we were thinking, we even came up with some ideas at the table, you could put it through wildfire, you could put it through this, you could put it through that. And at the end, it wouldn't just be points, they'd be moving into the department. So it was even more than what you're contemplating. Here's what we talked about the table in 2017. Nothing happened. Nobody seemed to care. There was no effort to do anything for 5 years. And so now, when you guys go, hey, we got some new ideas, and we just want to do it, it just doesn't sit well, we're trying to offer to help you do it, even better what you're contemplating. And there was no initiative from anybody to get it done.
We can have further discussion. I'm just trying to touch through the rest of the board members. This is the alternate.
This is similar language before, right?
Yeah, this is the same.
I think we were accepting of that.